So, welcome back to the second day. I don't know what was your feeling about the first day. I think it was something. What do you think?
I think it was terrific. It was absolutely terrific. I learned so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's an amazing day because you was introduced for many important aspects of the movement and anatomy, movement, and how the force of transmission could help us to do this. So today we still continued with this important names that people have used, practicing their lives to researchers, movement scholars, and they are dedicated their lives just to knowledge more about development of performance and on the human skills to move. So we will invite for the scientific speakers, Professor Sérgio Fonseca from Brazil, and our spectacular teacher, Walter Schleip as well, and Jan-Paul van Wingerden from Holland, and James Eros, and another Pilati, and Kate Barr bringing for us a new aspects of different aspects of how we can use this knowledge for improvement our performance and better health.
So yeah. That's an opportunity to introduce the mover presenters. So I will teach something to the role of fascia and breathing. Divo Müller will be teaching pelvic floor fascia, so it's an interesting topic. And John Shaki will close the day. So it's unusual. John is more theoretical, but this time he will do something that is really new for all of us. So I think we are going to start back again with the second day. Are you ready?
Yes, I am. Can go.
Hello and welcome, Sérgio Fonseca, in this wonderful opportunity to share your latest knowledge. We got to know each other from various scientific conferences.
That's right. Yes.
And that's why I was very happy to receive your positive response to our invitation. If I'm correct, you are a professor at the Physical Therapy Department of the University of Minas Gerais in Brazil.
Exactly.
And
Federal University of Minas Gerais.
And especially focus on biomechanics and proprioception.
That's right. Yeah, that's first of all, it's a pleasure to be here, and I have first to say thank you to Fabrizio and Johannes, yourself, to organize this event. So it's an honor actually to be here with all of you, and I hope we can have a very nice discussion about haptic perception. So let's see. Thank you for this opportunity.
If we are ready, I think we are ready. You can start sharing your slides.
Okay.
And I will look in the chat box for any questions coming up and address them either during your talk or more likely at the end.
That's fine. Can you see the presentation? Is all set?
Yep.
Okay, just let me transfer this to here. So the topic of this presentation is haptic perception, the role of fascia in the structuring of movement. So I want to start first to define what's haptic perception. So normally we always relate haptic perception to proprioception, but it's more than that. Proprioception is related to how we perceive parts of our bodies and sometimes things relate to our bodies, but basically it's a perception of itself. However, haptic perception is also related. Sorry, because I'm having problems with the slide here, but now it's fixed. But haptic perception is also related to how we perceive things close to our body. So it also gives us a sense of external perception. So normally we think that we only do external perception by visual contact, but in fact, our haptic system allow us to perceive the properties of the world. So not only a proprioception, but also stereoception. So things relate to self, things relate to other. But more than that, we can perceive the relationship between self and other as well. So for example, if I'm holding a rod and I can perceive the inclination of that rod in relation to my hand, so this is a kind of proprioception. So perceiving a relationship between the properties of the object in relation to myself. But also I can perceive, for example, where my hand is located in relation to that rod. So it's a kind of pro-exteroception. So perceiving me in relation to the object, to the other thing that I'm relating as well. So haptic perception is more than proprioception. It always also allows me to relate to the world. So sometimes to understand some kind of perceptual skill, it's quite useful to have a sense of how life would be without that skill. So in terms of vision, if we close our eyes, we have a feeling of how losing visual perception would be. So how this would affect our lives. The same for hearing. So we have some kind of device that blocks hearing, we would have a sense of losing auditory perception. But haptic perception is quite difficult because it's always present feeling. So we can, in some ways, manipulate it in order to affect it a little bit, distort, or even decrease our sense, specifically in one part of the body or another. But it's almost impossible to realize how would life be without haptic perception. So to understand a little bit of this, we have to rely on cases that are reported in the literature. And the most famous case is that of Ian Waterman. So Ian, at age of 19, he had a severe case of flu that caused all the sensors in his body to be destroyed, and he lost all his mechanical perception below the neck area. So he could feel pain, he could feel temperature, but no mechanical contact with anything, no perception of the body was allowed. So he ended up in bed, he could not move. All his body was actually lost. He was a kind of head without a body. In this case, movement was impossible without the help of vision. And in this case, full attention was required for proper movement. And this is a special case because Ian actually learned how to move by visual guidance. Many other people in his situation could not do the same. So it's just a feeling, a sense of how important is haptic perception, even for movement. So the proper movement is dependent in some ways of haptic perception. Without haptic perception, movement was only possible with full attention, full guidance of the visual system. So how haptic perception is actually achieved? To answer that, we're going to go to examples from the visual perception and as examples from auditory perception, because since it's a kind of a different area, haptic perception is although it's quite studied, to understand, to have a full development of how it's achieved is still not consolidated. So we have to move to areas more consolidated in order to have a feeling of what's important. So we're going to borrow a little bit on visual perception and auditory perception to understand this a little bit more. So first, how visual perception is achieved. There are several different views, and I'm going to go very fast on this using Gibson's direct perception approach. So what Gibson shows to us is that we are immersed in an environment that is bombarded by light. And this light, called environment light or ambient light, is reflected by the surfaces of our environment. And how light is reflected by different surfaces of the environment creates what's called the optical ray. So this optical ray comes to the viewer, and that brings the information about the world. So the structured light, the structured reflected light from this ambient array actually forms the optical array that carries the information about the environment. So to describe this a little bit more in terms of the importance of this relationship between the viewer and the environment, let's evaluate this sentence. The organism Z, a person, for example, visually perceive X, a thing, an object, having a property A, a given property that could be solid, could be shiny, could be rough, could be anything. So the organism perceives an object with a given property. So in order to perceive properly that object, we have to have those situations. First of all, the object X must have the property to be perceived. So the property A. In that location, that environment, that situation, we have the ambient energy E resulting from the property A. And this is done in a lawful way. And this information, E, is available to the organism Z. And finally, this organism Z is capable of perceiving the information E. So he has the sensory instrument, organs to detect E. So in this situation, what is not normally talked about is that E, or the information, is only available to Z if the medium is appropriated. So it's not enough that we have the information, but in order for that information to translate that property to be perceived to the organism, the medium needs to be adequate as well. So that's the first thing that we can take from this. Medium is important. So we have lawful relationships between things, properties, information, and organisms. But for this to work, the medium has to be also proper, adequate. In auditory perception, a similar thing happens. For example, auditory perception is based on time-varying mechanical deformations that occurs in various media. For example, when we start with a sound event, so a noise, that will cause air waves that will displace in air, our first medium, then in liquid when it reaches the ear, our second medium, and finally, it will reach our tissues, connect tissues inside our ears. So it propagates to air, through air, liquid, and tissue. So it's more like that. You have the waves being captured by receptors, but those receptors are connected to connective tissue. And the connective tissue is really important in this situation because it can also facilitate the perception of sound, but also can adjust the frequency of those receptors as well. So this medium, this connective tissue medium is fundamental for auditory perception. So basically, these waves, the sound waves, they propagate through different media within the auditory system. In haptic perception, it should be about the same, but we need to understand what's the medium that allows the flow of information about the body, about its parts, and its relation to the environment. So basically, when we talk about the haptic perceptual system, we know we can define it very well. For example, it has the function to perceive the body, attachments to the body, environment adjacent to the body, all by means of the body itself. Its basis is sensitivity to mechanical forces, forces that are impressed to our bodies, but also forces generated by the body. And in terms of physiological explanations of this haptical perceptual system, all based in classical theory, is that the mechanoreceptors is existing in our muscles and tissues and tendons. They send inputs to sensory neurons that by linear signaling, for example, from the spinal cord, sends these signals to the somatosensory cortex that put all together. So what's wrong there? There's no body there. There's no morphology, no architecture of the body in the theory of perception of the body. So something is missing. And when we talk about visual perception, we know that the medium is important. Auditory perception, medium is important, but there is no medium in the haptic perceptual system. So basically, classically, we study haptic perception starting with the body that we want to perceive, cutting the body in parts, going to fundamental sensors, for example, muscle receptors, tendon receptors, that send signals to the spinal cord. From the spinal cord, those signals reach the somatosensory cortex, and there, the whole is put together. So we start with the whole to put the whole together. And this is because we separate things. So if we have anatomically separated parts, the only way that normally we know to put them together is to integrate neurally. So what's anatomically separated is neurally integrated. To avoid that pitfall, we have to learn something more about our bodies, and we can start with lessons from the cell. So, for example, for a long time, we've seen a cell having separated parts. So this is a classical picture of a cell with separated parts. This cell would depend on electrical chemical process to adapt to its environment by means of a process called diffusion signaling. So any kind of external stimulus reaching the cell. Sorry, I have something coming up to my screen. Just 1 second. Sorry about that. So any kind of stimulus reaching to the cell would propagate inside the cytoplasm by means of chemical reactions, electrochemical reactions. However, this is a kind of mechanism analogous to how we describe what happens in our central nervous systems in terms of haptic perception. But the cell is actually a complex network of connected elements. So in this picture that you see on your left is an electron microscope picture of the cell, the inside of the cell and its nucleus. And we see that it's all interconnected. And this kind of connection allows different means of mechanical sensation. So it allows mechanical signaling, potential percolation. So in this case, the same stimulus, the same external stimulus reaching the cell can propagate in a very reliable and fast, actually at the speed of the sound, from the external part of the cell to the nucleus by mechanical deformations that happens inside the cell that has this complex network of connected elements. So the forces acting on the cell reach the nucleus, and this process is crucial for cell adaptation, growth, or even death. So the cell must know about the mechanical events that happens in the environment. This process is called mechanical sensation, and it's a kind of haptic perception. So if you look at the cell, for example, it can change its organization depending on its relationship to the environment. For example, if we have an increase in the cytoskeleton tension, the cell will grow. But on the other hand, if the extracellular matrix has less rigidity, it will cause the cell to differentiate. So the cell fates depend on these local and global forces so the cell can adapt to the environment. So the cell environment must reflect the large environment in which it's embedded. The cell has to be informed about the individual's environment, and this happens because the cells are connected to each other. So cells have neighbors, and the cells are connected to the extracellular matrix, and this forms actually a network that allows forces to propagate from the macro to the micro. So forces, for example, reaching the joint will propagate to the cytoskeleton of the cell. So this connectivity that we now know about the cell allows the cell to be very adaptive in relation to the environment. So this is crucial. The cell has a medium in which forces propagate. But like the cell, the human body has interconnected parts. If you look, for example, inside the muscles, we see the motor units, they cannot cross the whole length of the muscle. They start and finish inside the muscle itself. So forces generated by this motor unit could not propagate to the tendon. So the only way that forces can actually reach its destinations is by the fact that motor units are connected by connective tissue. So motor units connected by connective tissues allows forces to propagate inside the muscle. And also, our old view that muscles are individual parts has to be challenged as well. Now we know that in addition to the myotendinous force transmission, we have myofascial force transmission. For example, if you look at the classical muscle, we have muscle fibers, its attachments, and the muscle fascia. But what must be known, in fact, is that muscles are connected to each other through the fascia. So forces produced by one muscle, in fact, affect other muscles. So forces can propagate from one muscle to another. So this is a kind of myofascial force transmission, and it's only possible because muscles are also linked by connective tissue. In fact, the fascia links muscles, capsules, tendons, and organs. The fascia is an ever-present tissue that connects all parts of our bodies. It connects all the muscles. So in these Myers pictures, we can see that instead of having separated muscles, we have a whole network of fascia connective tissue linking all parts of the body. So the human body is formed by a continuous network of connective tissue that we call this fascial organization. And what's interesting is that now when we look for the substrate of perception, the receptors embedded in this connective tissue, we also have surprises. If you look for the receptors distribution, we will see that they follow the connective tissue network. In the seminal work of Van der Waal 1988, he described the location of muscle spindles and Golgi tendon organs in different muscles of the forearm of a rabbit. So in your left, what you see are those muscles, the muscles of the forearm. And the lines represent the location of the muscle spindles, and the dots, the Golgi tendon organs. And the shaded area, they represent the location with highest concentration of connective tissue inside the muscle. So what's interesting there, and we can see better in your right, is that there are areas of the muscle completely void of receptors, and other areas are full of receptors. And what's interesting is that those areas in which we see the highest concentration of receptors are those with the connective tissue, the fascia, the internal network of connective tissue of the muscle as well. So if we ask what's the principle of organization of the receptors, the answer should be the receptors align with fascia. So those receptors, they are not there to monitor the muscle itself, because there are several areas of the muscles without receptors, but to monitor forces that propagate within the musculoskeletal system. So it's a different organization. And again, if we look how the connective tissue in our bodies innervated, we'll see that it's also different from what we expect. This picture is from Robert, and it's based on the work of Mitchell and Schmidt, that describes the amount of neurons in a typical nerve. So what we see here is that most of the neurons are vasomotor and sensory. So only a small part of these neurons inside of typical nerve is motor. It's a motor. The majority is sensory. And what we see when we look at the distribution for the sensory neurons, what we see is that only a small part of them, less than 20%, is related to type 1 and 2 receptors. Those are the receptors that we use to base all theories of haptic perception. 80% or more of the receptors in a single nerve are related to interstitial receptors that are located in all parts of the body, especially in the fascia. So in this case, the fascia is the largest sensory organ in our body. In fact, we need a theory that explains what they do for haptic perception. And what we see here is that those receptors are located actually in the median that allows the propagation of forces. So instead of basing all our theories in type 1 and 2 receptors, we should look ahead and start to consider those receptors. In fact, those mechanoreceptors embedded in the network of continuous connective tissue can extract specific patterns of tension distributions and their transformations. So the musculoskeletal system is in fact a system of interconnected elements that share stresses or tension, in this case, among its parts. And this organization is the hallmark of tensectory structures. So what we see here is the needle tower of Kenneth Nelson. And on your right, the spine, tensectory spine. So what we see there is a great similarity between these two. So we can model our body as a tensectory structure and have something like this, a full body as a tensectory structure. So the forces applied to the system can be transferred in the form of global continuous tension. And that can propagate from the macro to the micro. So this flow of forces allows mechanosensation to happen in our body. So during geometrical transformations of this tensective structure, so changes in its states, we can see that each state can be obtained by a different pattern of global tension distribution. So each position of our body, each posture during movement, for example, is obtained by a different pattern of global tension distribution. And this pattern carries the signature of the structure geometry. So postures and postural changes that would be movement are geometrical configurations in which the balance of forces minimize the global potential energy inside the body that is in a stable relation to its environment. The mechanoreceptors embedded in this tensional structure, or the fascia, can capture, and we can also say extract, the patterns of tension distribution and its changes. Those patterns are specific to geometry of the musculoskeletal system and therefore can inform about posture and movement. So these mechanoreceptors, they are embedded in our tissues and can capture the signature of our postural configurations. And we have a parallel in nature. For example, the spider web is a sensory organ for the spider. So the spider located at the center of the web can perceive, for example, an insect that falls into the web, and it can perceive its location and even its size. So it's a very specialized organ that allows the spider to be very adaptive to its environment. So as the spider web, the tensective body has the structure that allows the capturing of those patterns of tension distribution and their transformations. So this is how haptic perception happens. So haptic perception depends on the fascia and in this distribution of sensors that we know happens in our tissues. So what's the relationship between haptic perception and movement now? So we have to go back to Ian Waterman and understand how is movement without haptic perception. So Ian, in a very wonderful way, learned how to walk again without haptic perception. But he could only do so with the help of vision. So to walk, he would be looking every step. Everything that he was doing was under visual control. This is a part of a text extracted from Matthew Dengzer called Lessons from Ian Waterman. I'm going to read to you. It describes really well the saga of Ian Waterman learning to move. So Ian discovered that while he couldn't feel what he was doing, he could still create motion by focusing on individual steps needed to accomplish a goal. He eventually learned that by incorporating his vision, he was able to control his body almost as if by remote control. Ian is especially remarkable in that he has learned to walk and move almost entirely independently, often performing fine motor tasks that would seem impossible given his condition. So now we have replacement of this haptic perception that supports movement by visual perception.
But Sérgio, I have to interrupt you in a positive way because I cannot stop sharing this. I was involved when we examined Ian Waterman here in Munich, about 1 mile in this direction. I have to talk with you afterwards, but I'm very fascinated by you having picked him as a topic for your lecture. Sorry for interrupting you, but that's exactly what he shared with us. If he closes his eyes, he has to fall down.
Yes, it's quite interesting because for us, it's very difficult to think about that because it's almost impossible for us to have a feeling of losing haptic perception totally. And this way, without vision, he has no clue about the body. So he cannot control his body unless he has visual guidance all the time. So it's a fascinating
so
situation.
Fascinating, yeah.
Yeah, that tells us about the importance of haptic perception. So what we see here is that perception and action are bidirectionally coupled. So instead of having the classical view that they are separate things, so you have perception as input and action as an output, what we have is a continuous here. Haptic perception is about the same thing, are parts of the one actually phenomenon. So haptic perception is essential for movement, and movement is essential for perception. Remember that by moving, I generated forces, and forces is what's being perceived. So the movement is information as well. So this relationship cannot be lost. Haptic perception is also part of the movement. So haptic perception and its deficits are global, not based on angle perception provided by meters located on joints and muscles. So proprioception is not about joint position. Proprioception is about body. So this is a very fascinating example as well. See, this experiment was done with an individual being asked to point his arm to a goal that was placed on the top of a table while the arms was below it. So the individual could not see the arms. But in this situation, the mass distribution of the arm was manipulated. As we see here, the mass was added to the right of the arm, creating actually a vector of mass distribution that represents the arrow you see in the picture. So if we locate the direction of mass distribution of the arm, that vector would represent this. And when the individual was asked to point the arm to the object, to the goal, he was pointing with this vector of mass distribution, not with the arm itself. And the same happened when a blindfolded person was asked to match elbow positions in a situation where the mass was also manipulated. So as we see here, the person was aligned the vectors of mass distribution, not the angles of the elbow. So we don't know about angles. What we know is about properties of our bodies. So movement affects, and it's affected by perception. So that's in perception will lead to changes in movement pattern, because as we move, we also were changing this mass distribution, and we need to have information about that in order to properly move. And as we touch objects, everything is changed. So we need to learn how to relate to the environment as well. It's not only about proprioception, but also exteroception and the relations between the two of them. So haptic perception is also fascinating in the sense that it allows proper movement. So if it will not perceive joint position, what we perceive? What's perceived? So as I mentioned before, anything that we get in touch with has properties, physical properties that can be described in terms of its time invariant moments of mass distributions, mass, static moment, and first and mainly it's called moment of inertia. The moment of inertia, they can tell us about the magnitude of the objects that we are dealing with. And this can be related to what's called eigenvalues of these moments. And to understand its directions, we can also use what's called eigenvectors of these moments as well. So there are physical properties that we can directly perceive because those properties impart forces in our system. And the physical properties of these bodies, parts, and attachments will actually lawfully deform our tissues because it's a physical property. And that physical property is not variant as we move. So as we move this, the form that those properties distort our tissues is invariant. So allowing us to capture this pattern of deformation using our receptors embedded in the facial tissues, and this will support perception and action. So there are invariants of mass distributions that can be captured by our body, but this needs to be taken into consideration the role of fascia, the role of our tissues. So it's not only about a mental representation of things outside, it's a real capturing of the properties of the environment by our wonderful haptic system that depends on this tissue, in this media, the qualities of our facial system. So there is still evidence that our global relationships during movement between things that we do in one side of the body in relation to another, for example. It's an interesting experiment that examined how local forces affect, for example, rhythmic movements. In this experiment, what was done was a person was asked to put pressure in a pressure gauge with one hand while he was oscillating a pendulum with another. So when we look at the kinematics of movement, what we see is that the amplitude of the movement increased. So while I put pressure in one hand, the amplitude of the other movement increased. But when we try to understand what was the reason for that change, to do that, we have to examine the dynamics. So we can model the movement of the oscillating hand as an oscillator and write an equation for motion that can capture that movement. So this equation of movement has two main parts. The first part terms relate to energetic balance of the movement. So the input and the removal of energy while the person is oscillating the pendulum. So this is related to forces and damping. The second terms are related to conservation, okay? So stiffness, for example, it's related to how this energy is conserved while the person is moving the pendulum. So when we look at the dynamics, what we see is that only these conservative terms are changed when I put pressure with one hand. So there's no effect on the generation of forces, but only in the conservation of forces. That's a basic role of this tissue. So the relationship between kinetics and kinematics and dynamics that tell us that local force affects the task is mediated not by the nervous system itself that would cause this generation to be affected, but by our connective tissue linkages. So what we have there is this linkage that was also described by Carla Stecco between hands from one side to another through the fascia. So this increasing stiffness caused in one hand affect the movement of another hand in a way that can be better described or better explained by these facial connections between parts of the bodies. So to finalize, we can ask, how do we perceive the body as a whole and at the same time, the parts that make up this whole? The parts in the whole are self-integrated by the medium that is provided by the biotensegrity organizations of our body. The mechanical receptors embedded in this network of continuous connective tissue extracts the specific patterns of tension distribution, their transformation, that are basically movements that are essential for haptic perception. The structure of our bodies offer a medium for tension propagation, and this supports haptic perception in a form analogous to the cell mechanical sensation that we've seen before. Basically, movement highly depends on haptic information, which relies on the fascia organization. And that's the main, let's say, information that I would like to bring to this talk, to our conversation, Robert, is this the importance of understanding our body as the medium of haptic perception and the importance of haptic perception to movement. And I thank you all that are listening to this talk. And Robert, we can start discussing a little bit about this talk.
Wow, 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 wow. This is so exciting, Sérgio. I had to hold down my excitement because, as I said, many years ago, in 1 kilometer in this direction, I had the pleasure of being involved in 4 days of examination at the Max Planck Institute here in Munich of Ian Waterman.
Amazing.
And now with many patients, I think they are partially Ian Waterman. And so one question, if I can link you with Ian Waterman, I think I have his contacts. What would be a good investigation to support your work? For example, if I understand you correctly, the last test that you shared, the pendulum test with pressure modification on the other hand, Ian Waterman, if he would do that test and your hypothesis is correct, it would also influence the amplitude on the swinging side because it's not the nervous system, if I understand you correctly, it's the stiffness in the connective tissue.
That would be a quite interesting thing to do.
Yeah.
It's the best test of the hypothesis.
Yeah.
But also one thing it's really interesting here is that the quality of the tissue is also important. So if we think in terms of mechanical forces propagations, we have the proper medium. So a minimal level of stiffness is important as well.
So if you go in the warm bathtub before and your connective tissue gets softer, you would have a different outcome.
It's going also to affect negatively the perception. So
next time I visit you, we do a bathtub experiment and you soak me in a warm bathtub and we do the pendulum test afterwards.
We can do that. But that would be a very interesting thing to do with Ian.
Yeah.
And also we have experiments showing, for example, that people with neuropathic hands, so they have no sensation of their arms, they can perceive properties of objects held in their hands.
There you go. Yeah.
So they can tell its length, they can tell its direction without having any perception of their arms. So by waving this, by moving the rods, they can properly perceive length and direction of objects attached to their bodies. And this happens because it's not a local process, but a global process related to this wonderful network of tissues that we have. So it's not local perception, it's a global sense of what's going on. And Ian, maybe he can actually take advantage of this because people can also transmit forces because he can perceive the muscles
up here. Yeah.
Right? So maybe by doing some strengthening and teaching him to use this to know about a little bit of the body can be quite interesting to do. So he could have help not only from visual guidance, but also use the haptic perception of the neck to help the body.
Yeah.
So it's quite interesting.
For the audience, in chronic low back pain, we know they have diminished proprioception, and it's important to foster that. But I don't know how to include your concept of proprioception being related to functional differences in the environment. Do you give them broomsticks and put them at their sacrum, or how can you do tool usage and environmental functional movements in the lower back or in the pelvis?
one quite interesting thing that we see in this musculoskeletal disease is that we have a negative cycle, because I have pain, I'm afraid of moving, I have loss of muscle, I have decrease of tissue stiffness, I have a decrease in perception because I don't have the proper medium for receiving. Okay, so, and this will accumulate to itself. So it's quite important that in some cases when we have muscle loss, that we also have to prepare the tissues, not only local tissues, but global tissues, to help to increase, for example, our thoracolumbar fascia. So the thoracolumbar fascia is not only a mechanical stabilizer, but also an organ of perception. So when it decreases it changes its properties, it must change also its perceptual capabilities. So when we do some exercise, when we move, what we're doing is to break the cycle. So movement is actually the medicine, because we are treating not only mechanical stabilizer, but also perceptual properties that are fundamental for those stabilizers to act. So there's nothing better than movement.
That's a perfect closure. Of course, the two of us, we will continue chatting for the next couple of days, but let's come back to the next speak. And thank you very much, Sérgio.
You're welcome.
Fantastic.
Hi, Robert. Now is your turn. Thank you for introducing Sérgio Fonseca to us. And so, what's your topic today?
Yeah, I will continue in the same direction. So that was a very good start. And I look at the same topic also. So what is the role, let me share my slides, of fascia in human movement orchestration. And I will focus in this lecture more on the elastic recoil capacities and look at them more in details, which components play what role in this movement orchestration. And I have been involved in the group that created a first systematic approach. How could a systematic fascia-oriented movement training look like? And to my knowledge, that was for the first time happening after the 2009 Congress, where Yasuo Kawakami, shown here on the right, showed us his ultrasound videos from living people. And that basically changed a lot of insights. And after that meeting, several of us, and that included Tom Myers, it included James Earls, Devo Miller, and half a dozen others, we got together and discussed, does it make sense to develop a systematic fascia training with a similar focus and similar justification as you have a systematic bodybuilding for muscle fiber hypertrophy or systematic cardiovascular training or other training protocols? And we came to the conclusion, yes, it makes sense. But that was inspired by these ultrasound examinations, where he showed what happens when you do oscillatory bouncing movements. For example, if you are jumping with your legs. And as he showed here on the video clip I got from him on the very right, is so if you do bouncing movements, the muscle fibers do not change their length very much. So they are almost like my finger up here. It is keeping almost the same position, but the collagenous fibers are doing a lot of length changes. And that was revealed here by ultrasound video clips from people who are doing jumping movements, in which the sarcomeres here, the muscle fiber units, do not change their length very much, but the aponeurosis, the continuation of the Achilles tendon, has a much longer elongation, as is shown here. And so it means the elastic recoil has a lot to do with the elastic storage capacity of the collagen fibers in the tendon and in similar collagenous tissues. And that had been before discovered in Australian kangaroos that can jump 13 meters. And when they wanted to understand how they do that, they of course looked first at the muscle fibers, whether they have more fast twitch muscle fibers, or maybe they have a unique kind of muscle fibers that can contract more rapidly, but that was not the explanation. But when they looked at the Achilles tendon, they found exactly that high storage capacity that we had described. And later they also found it in gazelles and in horses, and then in Homo sapiens. So that is very distinguishing feature between our Achilles tendon, but also patellar tendon, and our other primate relatives. So chimpanzees, orangutans, etc. They don't have that storage capacity, that elastic recoil capacity, and that changes our locomotion. And that was not only discovered in the Achilles tendon of Homo sapiens, that we have such a higher storage capacity. It was also shown for the very important IT band. Our IT band, compared with the chimpanzees, they don't have an IT band, but a similar structure, has a much higher storage capacity for kinetic energy. Storage capacity you measure, for example, if I have several balls and I let them drop on the ground, the ball that recovers to the original height, or almost to the original height, has a higher storage capacity, not for temperature, but for kinetic energy. And that's what they measured in the Achilles tendon, but also very importantly for the IT band. So that has been a very important factor in shaping our human body as Homo sapiens. But in order to activate that storage capacity, you apparently need to have fascia highly developed as a proprioceptive sensory organ. And that is very nicely shown here by the comparison of walking of some women on the west coast of Africa that can carry up to 20% of their body weight on their heads without burning more calories when they carry that weight as opposed to not carrying that weight. And when they wanted to find out how they do that, because British soldiers were not able to do it, they found out it has to do with the rhythm in which they walk. And on the left, you have somebody who has a very badly developed fascial proprioception. His name is Ian Waterman, and I highly recommend the second edition of the book on him that came out. And I had the privilege to get to know him when he was examined for 4 days here at the Max Planck Institute in Munich, where I live, because his immune system had a very rare, very strange overactivity where it killed all Pacinian corpuscles, all myelinated sensory nerve endings in his fascial body below the neck. And if you see the way how he walks, his trunk is quite stiff. And he does all the orchestration through his eyes. If he closes the eyes, he will immediately fall down. The women on the right, they can probably walk with the same speed and the same grace if they close their eyes. And that was shown when you give them a metronome. and ask them to walk a little slower than their intuitive comfort speed is, or a little faster, then they use more their muscles. Then they don't use the IT band, the lumbar-dorsal fascia, and probably other elastic recoil elements of their fascial bodies for the energy storage. So we use our proprioceptive system, and that is what has been lacking. Ian Waterman has the collagen fibers, but he doesn't have the sensory nerve endings to detect them. There is now a second reason for people who have low proprioception. One has been shown here, demonstrated by Ian Waterman, where the immune system has killed certain cells. But now in the last years, they found a new receptor type. It is called piezo-2 receptors. And they found them, for example, in Golgi tendon organs and in muscle spindles. And they are highly sensitive for low threshold mechanical stimulation. And people who have a deficiency in them, you find them a lot in people who have idiopathic scoliosis and also have poor proprioception. So this is one of two American young ladies. They are very competent in their professional and social lives with open eyes. And nobody notices that there is anything strange on them. But if you close their eyes and you do this test where you go from your nose to an index finger, if you want to do that with me. So with open eyes, it's very easy. But if you do it with closed eyes and you do it rapidly, the question is how many millimeters or centimeters do you miss your nose on average? And do you miss your finger? So in me, you can see I meet my nose, but sometimes on the left, sometimes on the right. So I deviate maybe 1 centimeter. But this girl, she is touching her ears and she misses the point by 10 centimeters. And that is not because she is stupid or anything like that, but because she has this piezo-2 receptor deficiently developed. And a new discovery, particularly if you work with scoliosis, is their muscle spindles are much smaller and they have much less intrafusal muscle fibers. So that is one way how your proprioception can be deficient, that this piezo-2 receptor, due to a genetic variation, is less effectively expressed. But probably it could also be if your muscle spindles are embedded in a very stiff perimysial environment, in which in your average day movement, hardly any stretch is happening in the muscle spindles. So that means our fascial system is very, very important for proprioception, and we are all learning how finely tuned that is working. A big factor apparently is that we use our muscle spindles and many other mechanoreceptors to find the right resonant frequency. And that is what had been missing in the British soldiers who were trying to compete with the African ladies in the walking efficiency, and they were not able to do it. And as I show here on the left, if you want to find the right resonant frequency, you need to change the vibration of the table down there. So with a more rapid resonant frequency, the lower pendulum has the most efficient swinging. With a slower rhythm, you get the longer one. And that is something that is now incorporated, and it's not a new discovery, in fascial training, that you sensitize people to find the right resonant frequency, that they can walk as gracefully and as effortless as the African women are walking. Of course, if you have long bones, you may need a different rhythm. It also depends on the stiffness of the connecting fascia and muscles, that you find the right exact pendulum. And we are now exchanging with people, so what kind of music fits best to different dancing qualities, to different running qualities, to different walking quality, for long bone people, for short and tight people, etc. There is some room for variation. And that is, of course, a very important element, that we match the resonant frequency to the stiffness and to the length of the swinging elements that you have there. And that was recently shown by one researcher that you would not expect to be in favor of fascial elasticity, by Stuart McGill, because 30 years ago he was in a fierce academic fight with Sérgio whether the lumbar fascia have any importance in lumbar stability. And Stuart McGill argued that the muscles are the main important thing and the fascia is more like a surrounding. But now at his most recent study, which I like very much, he showed that there is actually the proprioceptive element very important in the movement orchestration, because he had people do the counter movement jump performance. So in standing, you rapidly go down and then you jump as high as possible. And you do that 10 times in a row. And you only rest for 10 seconds in between. And in normal people, if you do that 10 times in a row, your jumping height slowly decreases because the 10 seconds recovery time is not sufficient. However, if you instruct the patients to shake their leg at a rhythm that they intuitively feel is the most relaxing to them, probably to find, so they are not shaking it like that, they are shaking it that it fits to the resonant frequency of their thigh and their lower leg. And to their surprise, they found out that this ridiculous, easy shaking your leg entertainment improved the jumping performance dramatically when you went into this repeated thing here. Of course, they were not willing to believe it rapidly, so they analyzed the data. What is happening when people are just shaking their leg within the break, because it's not a muscle strengthening exercise and you don't make the collagen stronger. Probably it has to do with a better timing, because they found out in the downwards going phase, they have a faster speed. So probably they are able to relax their quadriceps from standing into complete relaxation more rapidly. So they gain more speed at the preparatory counter movement. And then when they jump upwards, they therefore have more storage capacity within their jumping. So that for me is a very nice example. So that means if you are more relaxed and you have a better sense of the right rhythm, it can add to your athletic sports performance. And that also has a very nice psychological effect that we haven't discussed yet and haven't researched yet. But you know that child's play in Homo sapiens looks very different than child's play in chimpanzees, because humans, when they are young, they like to hop. And when they find the right frequency, they have a sense of joy in it. And a lot of games have been developed that way. In dance, they have already found out that in fluent dance, so in flowing graceful movements, you can increase serotonin and decrease dopamine. But no similar study on the neurohormonal effects has yet been done with dancing and with bouncing movements. We don't know whether that also increases serotonin or whether it increases or decreases dopamine or anything similar to that. But we know from dancing that that has a strong antidepressant effect. But we don't know whether this bouncing, I'm convinced of it, that it has an antidepressive effect, just if I do it. But we haven't done any systematic studies how that changes your neurochemistry. But we know from the group around Roberts and Arampatzis that the interaction between fascial storage capacity or between fascia and muscles can now be seen to have 3 different ways, and not just the way that we have focused on before. The way that we have focused on before, they call energy conservation. So when the kangaroo is in the air, the energy is stored in the body position. When it then lands on the ground, it is first converted in a stretch in the fascial tendinous elements, and they rapidly return it, so the muscles are not very active into it. And that's what we had been focused on in the early years of the fascial fitness development that we developed with Divo Miller, with Tom Myers, etc. But we needed to do our homework when we got these newer publications that were based on examining movements in turkeys, that there is a second style in which the muscles are very important, and that is the frog jump that they call power amplification. So here you need explosively strong contracting muscles. They are the first, and without them, nothing is possible in this second style. So you need to have very strong, very explosive muscles. But they convert, they do not pull directly on the bones, that would be not strong enough, but they convert their kinetic energy into a stretch of the tendon. And when the tendon then recovers, it can accelerate the joint faster than the muscle could be doing it by itself. And that is basically if you're running uphill and you exercise it by a squat jump. And you do it if you have a medicine ball, and out of a quiet position, you accelerate it going upwards, but you don't go in a preparatory counter movement. And the third style is also new to us, which is the landing of a cat on the ground, of a gymnast on the ground, when they are converting the kinetic energy into an energy absorption where they come into quiet standing without bouncing. And that is what you train in decline running. Also, if you are catching a medicine ball and you want to do it as gracefully and as quietly. And that is a very, very different capacity of fascia and muscle interaction. I'll give you some examples on how I have learned from that research. Daniel Lieberman, who has been a guru for many of us in terms of looking how the role of fascia in Homo sapiens supports its unique movement style. He didn't only do that with running and the role of barefoot running in that, but also with throwing. He showed that throwing is a unique human capacity, that we can accelerate more throwing power than chimpanzees or other animals can. And part of that is the elastic storage capacity that you have there. I had the privilege to get to know Thomas Röhler. He was a gold medalist. He's still one of the leading javelin throwers. And we will have him at the next Connective Tissue and Sports Medicine Congress. And you can interview him there. And I thought I could give him some smart advice, because I confused the frog jump with the kangaroo bounce. Big mistake for me. And so I thought he could throw faster if he bounces backwards with his javelin spear, just like a golfer does. And he said, no, you don't understand. I need to start with the explosive muscles that I have there. And so all the javelin throwers, except idiots like me who have never been doing professional javelin throwers, do not bounce backwards. So they start with a long chain, and then they don't initiate it with their chest muscles, but they initiate it with the left hip or with the left leg. And then they gradually transmit it to the arm. So that was my steep learning curve that I had there. But now I'm also involved in the learning curve, how we can understand the third style, the power attenuation that you have there. And probably that has less to do with the collagen fibers and the crimp that the collagen fibers have. The crimp seems to be related to the energy storage, the energy conservation. But there it is most likely the ground substance that you have there. And that has been shown that in downhill running, you have a unique effect on the capacity on the architecture of your fascial system. So if you do once a week downhill running, you shouldn't do it much more often, then not your epimysium will get thicker, but the endomysium, which is the small envelope around the smallest myofiber unit within the muscle. So, and these are not there for storing kinetic energy. They are there for allowing shearing motions within the body. And probably that has to do with a viscoelastic property and the hydraulic effects. So here you see that fascia can also be understood just like the gelatin and the viscoelastic creep effect. On the left, you see the symbol how fascia is understood as a coupling, either parallel as shown here, but also in series between elastic springs and dashpots. So the dashpot is like a sponge. And creep would mean what I'm showing here. If you stretch always with the same weight here, you get in terms of time, not in the first second, but the longer you apply the load, the more length change you are getting. So that means time, how much or how short a mechanical stimulation is applied does not matter very much for the spring, for the elastic recoil, but it matters a lot for the viscous ground substance oriented properties that you have there. And that, towards the end, is now also a very nice aspect that we are studying, how the water content in the ground substance is affecting the failure stress that you can cope before a tissue is damaged. They showed that in a unique fascial tissue that I had not included in the past as part of the full body-wide fascial net, which is the annulus fibrosus. So in the disc, it is the collagen fiber mantle. It's usually 8 to 10 layers of parallel fiber fascial tissue in opposite directions. And they found out how strong these 8 to 10 layers are altogether depends on the water content. So if you increase the water content, if you keep it juicy, you can stretch it very, very strong and it doesn't tear. But the same strength gets it to tear if you dehydrate it, if you decrease the water content before you load it. So that is now a unique invitation for us, that we look at different stretching protocols, at foam rollings, etc., how they are changing the water content in the tissue. And that here I've gotten from Keith Barr, that's included in the chapter that he included in the upcoming book. It's coming up in a few weeks, Fascia in Sport and Movement at Handspring here. And you see how we load the connective tissue strengthens different properties. And if you stretch load it, you will get more collagen fiber, collagen type 1 expression, and you will get more of the lysyl oxidate crosslinks in between. If you do compressive loading, you get more collagen type 2 and you get more proteoglycans of a certain style. And now very interesting, if you do shear loading, you increase relatively the amount of collagen type 3 fibers. They used to be called reticulin fibers several years ago. Now everybody calls them collagen type 3 fibers. And also you increase the amount of water binding proteoglycans, for example, of lubricin that is here included. So it depends what we want to emphasize of. If we want to build more collagen for type 1 elastic recoil, then stretch loading is very efficiently. But if we want to increase the dampening properties of connective tissue, maybe we should practice more slow motion shear loading that we have included here. And one aspect in looking at hydration are the liquid dynamics of fascial tissues. Don't think of fascia as dry wires. It is a watery system. And the water is not created by the cells. It comes from the blood and from the blood plasma. And apparently the amount of microcirculation that you have in the tendons and in other fascial tissues is a major factor. And that was shown here in the last study, where they looked at 250 college students over 2 years who were regularly running. And as expected, they have a high degree, 11%, who developed some kind of Achilles tendinopathy during those 2 years, which is much more than a couch potato would have. So regular running can make you more prone to overload injuries. And they wanted to find out, can you predict it? Does it depend on your body weight? No, it doesn't depend. Does it depend on the angle of your knees, whether you have genu valgus? I would have predicted yes. No, the study said no predictive value. Also, if you have good access in your ankle joints, no. You can have strong pronation, that it hurts the rolfer to look at you running, but it doesn't make you more prone for this tendinopathy. Only 2 factors they found out. First one was known before, female gender. So females are, and probably Mette Hansen is addressing that anyway, is increasing or is decreasing the weakness, and they are more prone for injuries. But the second one was the increase in circulation, not in the muscle, but in the Achilles tendon after exercise. And those people who had a strong increase of microcirculation in the tendon and in the paratenon around it, not in the calf muscles, that was not the factor, they were injury resistant. And in those people in which this healthy increase in circulation was not very well developed, they tended to have more than 11% chance of developing this overload. So now we are looking, how can we support that? So after sports, what you want to have is a long time of a strong microcirculation increase that you have there. And let me finish with this, my favorite slide here, how fascia training can actually help you in your architecture. Here, this is not ultrasound, but that is MRI, the difference in intramuscular connective tissue at a cross-section of your thigh in an 18-year young couch potato, and here in an 18-year-old regular runner. And you see at the same age, the lack of movement develops more, you could call it fibrosis, intramuscular connective tissue. And most people agree this is not very nice and healthy and beneficial to have. So you want to have little of these green fibers inside of your quadriceps. So we know this is the effect of training. But we also have an effect due to age, and that is much more drastic in a negative direction. So with the same amount or lack of exercise, as you normally age, you don't change your exercise rate, you develop a lot of fibrosis. So the older you get, the more fibrotic your intramuscular connective tissue is. And now the big question is, if at the age of 60 or whatever, you decide to live more actively, more fascia friendly, could you go back halfway to where you have been at the age of 18? What do you think? Can you go back all the way? Can you go back halfway? I'll have a nice surprise. This is you at the age of 18 when you go regularly hopping or running. You are younger than your 18-year-old couch potato son. I love fascia research. So this is not only anti-aging or slowing down aging, it's reverse aging. So doing the right fascial exercises can make you younger than you ever are. Don't you love this? I really love it. So of course it only relates to one feature. I don't think it relates to everything, but it's not an unimportant feature. So let me close with that and see if we have time for a question. This is my team, my extended team here. We were at University, now we are at Technical University of Munich, and they keep me up and open for new questions and new perspectives. Thank you very much, Anna Maria.
Oh, thank you, Robert. Wonderful presentation. And I found really fantastic the idea that we can hop in and jump in for joy. This is it's amazing. It's a perfect idea to go against depression. That's the reason why probably a lot of people that are a little bit depressed, they really like to go running and hopping. So that's a good idea, a good suggestion. So after listening to you, I have a question, two questions. One, especially for me, is the difference of level of training in different part of our life. So training when we are teenager is different when we are training around 30, 40 years and after. So what's your opinion? So is that different amount of exercise or different quality of exercise? So it's quantity or quality? That's my first question. And the second one is, what do you suggest to do after doing exercise? So, for example, using a roller, using a massage or tapping or ice, or what else?
Yeah, so the age, as I have shown in children, they naturally prefer swinging and hopping exercises. And that makes a lot of sense. You wouldn't do them slow stretches because that becomes more urgent as you age because of the tendency for fibrosis and stiffness. So in old people, I would also do hopping, but I would do it much more careful because the likelihood of a history of injury is most than 80% of them have had an injury in their body. So you need to be much more careful the older the people are, but you would also include more stretching exercises that you wouldn't need with the younger one. And the last question is probably inspired by that running study about the microcirculation, which is new to me too. So how can we increase the microcirculation? Probably a foam roller. It has a sponge effect where you squeeze the old water out, and then some of the old water, of course, goes back where it was, but a lot of it goes not into the same tissue. It goes back to the heart via the lymph and the small venules. And then new blood plasma comes from the arterioles. So that would be the sponge effect would be one, but probably also vibratory stimulation. Yeah. So if you have a vibratory foam roller, and there are now 3 or 4 studies that have shown the metabolic increase effect seems to be stronger with a vibratory tool application as opposed to a non-vibratory tool application. But I would also look at contrast bars, what we call Kneipp treatment here in Germany, so that you put your leg into ice cold water. So ice cold water is not so good for microcirculation because they close down, but the contrast between hot and cold, that is very good. So that is a new direction for us.
Thank you, Robert. So it was a very wonderful presentation, and so probably we'll have some more questions later, but so. For the moment, it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for us. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Anna. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Let me introduce you for the people. Anna Vitali is a medical doctor, as well as a master teacher in the Universidad of the Padua with a professor with the Carla Stecco. And as well as she is a fascia manipulation in 3 levels as a professional in this way, and a master teacher in Pilates since 1980, and a master teacher of fascial fitness, as well as director of the Fisicamente Formazione. Anna,
thank you.
For you now.
Thank you, Johannes. So I will teach today the role of fascia in breathing. So in order to introduce this topic and clarify some anatomical aspect, I will introduce with a theoretical explanation. So we need 10 minutes of theoretical presentation, and then we'll move in the practical part. So if you're ready, I'm ready to start my presentation.
Let's go, it's your time.
So breathing is a human fundamental function, and over the course of evolution, the human body's system to obtain the oxygen needed for its metabolic and energetic processes has been optimized. And we developed a mechanism that we call ventilation that is able to allow us to aspirate air from the external environment. The cellular metabolism requires ATP, and its synthesis requires oxygen and produce carbon dioxide. The oxygen must be aspirated through a concerted pump-like action of the muscles in the chest wall, with a deep impact on the thorax, abdomen, and neck. So the respiratory function is necessary to remind that during breathing, air passes through the nose to be humidified, heated, and filtered, then passes to the pharyngeal tract that is in common with the digestive system. And for example, the tongue is important. The genioglossus muscles, the main muscle of the tongue protrusion, plays a critical role in the control of the airways. And we have to keep in mind that there's a difference between nasal and mouth breathing. In nasal breathing, for example, the soft palate lowers during inspiration and touches the tongue, expanding the velopharyngeal isthmus. In mouth breathing, the soft palate rises during inspiration to open the mouth, separating the nasal cavity from the pharyngeal airways. So the position of the tongue, for example, is critical in reflexes and voluntary function, such as chewing, swallowing, and articulation of words. So from the pharyngeal tract, air passes to the larynx, and there is a system that protects the airways from the possibility that any contents in the oral cavity may erroneously be aspirated into them during inspiration. During swallowing, the velopharynx and the larynx close. This action isolates the nasal cavity from the upper airways to prevent food or liquid from going into the nose or being aspirated during the next inspiratory phase. So on the contrary, the muscles of the pharynx are active to dilate the upper airways and keep them open, thus preventing their collapse due to the negative pressure. So the respiratory system must control both visceral and muscular action, because some visceral action is almost autonomic, but the muscular action are voluntary. And so in such a way, we can allow a proper ventilation and managing at the same time functions that are correlated with ventilation, such as talking, sniffing, coughing, sneezing, swallowing, yawning, or singing. The system must also work during sleeping without voluntary control and during the waking state, when it's possible to interrupt breathing voluntarily. So we can say that there are many different kinds of breathing, or we say breathing typology. First of all, we can say that there are some activity that requires a quiet, calm breathing, breathing at rest. But in the opposite, when we are more active, we use the forced breathing. And inspiration is an active phenomenon generated by the contraction of the primary and accessory respiratory muscles. Exhalation is a passive phenomenon generated by the relaxation of the respiratory muscle and the elastic recoil of the lung tissue and the rib cage. Breathes. So obviously we have to consider the diaphragm, and the diaphragm is the anatomical structure. It's an anatomical structure composed of a membranous part, the phrenic center, and a peripheric contractile muscular portion. And the upper surface of the diaphragm is in connection with the pericardium, the pleura, and the lungs, when its lower surface is connected with liver, spleen, stomach, adrenal glands by internal cavities. So the diaphragm has a visceral connection. And so it's important to clarify that when the intercostal muscle, when the costal portion of the diaphragm contracts, the muscular parts, the phrenic center lowers and the intrapulmonary pressure decreases, increasing the volume of the thoracic cage. That is our aspiration mechanism that allow our ventilation. So the diaphragm is a separator between two different cavities, the thoracic and abdominal cavities, and it's important to really set the pressure inside of them. So we can say that the diaphragm is a kind of visceral organizer, because we have to take in mind that only mammals over the course of evolution have developed an inspiratory diaphragm with a contractile muscle component. So we can say that diaphragm is two muscles in one. So a part is visceral and another part is muscular. And that's able nature has delivered great benefits, both in metabolic and functional terms, guaranteeing a stability and mobility, motor efficiency, and the ability to give birth. So in diaphragmatic breathing, diaphragmatic breathing happens when we are supine or sleeping or doing a very few physical activity. But in diaphragmatic breathing, also the intercostal and scalene muscles are active, because the intercostal are able to stabilize the rib cage. And the same, more or less, do the scalenes. In fact, electromyography performed on sitting subjects has shown that the activity of the muscle spindle in the intercostal muscle is modulated during respiratory function. So we can say that the diaphragm is involved in many functions, is a visceral organizer and is also fundamental for the stability of the thoraco-abdominal activity, because it's involved in static and dynamic stability of the thoraco-abdominal complex in both rhythmic activities such as walking, running, and also in some postural function. For example, the diaphragm is active during non-respiratory activities in which there is an increase of intra-abdominal and intrathoracic pressure, for example, when lifting weight, that we call the Valsalva maneuver. So the role of the diaphragm, so is to regulate the contraction of the costal contractile component in order to balance and coordinate the activity of the intercostal and scalene muscles. So those are also primary inspiratory muscles. So the contractile muscle component is important for avoid the viscera into the abdominal cavity, stabilize the viscera themselves, regulate cardiac and hepatic flux and alveolar perfusion, regulate the incoming and outgoing transit of boluses, participating in the expulsive phase of giving birth and defecation, allow sneezing and coughing. But talking about the primary muscle breathing, we have to take in our mind that internal and external intercostals are also important. So I'd like to go to talk about the organization of the fascia in the neck. So in the neck and the trunk, both of them, the fascia system is organized in three laminar organization. There's a deep lamina, a medial lamina, and a superficial lamina. According to Carla Stecco, the fascia of the neck and trunk have a trilaminar organization that are in continuity between them. In the neck, the deepest layer is known as prevertebralis fascia that covers the deep anterior muscle, longus colli and scalene, create a connection between the muscle that stabilize the neck and the muscle that are able to move the first two ribs. This deep layer its origin at the base of the skull and continues below with the deepest layer of the fascia of the trunk. The intermediate level connect the muscles that are able to organize the movement of the head, neck with the scapula and the trunk. The muscles that are enveloped from the middle layer are splenicolli, levato scapulae, rhomboids, serratus posterior and inferior. All these muscles have a role in moving, stabilize the neck, the collarbone and head. At the same time, those muscles are involved in breathing. And anteriorly, this level is connected with the muscles that are able to move our mandible. The omohyoid, sternohyoid, sternothyroid. And finally, this fascia envelope up the subclavian muscles, the muscle that stabilize the clavicle. The most superficial layer are created from the muscle that move in a fast movement, our upper arms, trapezius, sternocleidomastoid, digastric, and these muscles are important for breathing and for some physical activity. Talking about the fascia of the trunk, we have to keep in mind that the deepest layer is related to the intercostal muscles. And the intercostal muscles are muscles that are able to move our rib cage during inspiration. But there's a specific connection that is typical, is unusual at the level of the trunk between the intercostal fascia and the parietal pleural. The parietal pleural and the fascia of the intercostal muscles are fused at this level, creating a specific fascia that we call endothoracic fascia, because this connection is unusual. Because normally there's a clear separation between the muscular fascia and the visceral fascia. For example, we have this separation at the level of the neck or at the level of the abdomen. But considering the rib cage, there's an unusual fusion between a somatic fascia, the intercostal fascia, and the visceral fascia, that is the parietal pleura. The reason why we have this connection, that is really an exception, is because in such a way, the muscles that have their own insertion on the rib cage are able to attract the parietal pleura. And we have to keep in mind that the parietal pleural is really close to the visceral pleura that surround the lungs. The intra-pleural pressure is negative, and the two layers, parietal and visceral, are similar to wet papers, and in such a way they are kept together. So it means that every time that the intercostal muscles are active, they attract the parietal pleura. The parietal pleura attract the visceral pleura, and in such a way they can dilate the alveoli and create this ability to inhale air into lungs. So this is an important layer. Then we have to keep in mind the middle layer of the trunk, and we can see that in the middle layer we can find some other muscles that are important to organize the scapula, the clavicula, and they allow the gliding of the scapula around the chest, external chest wall. At the same time, they are able to orient the movement by the scapula and the upper limbs, together with the movement of the neck. So this layer is able to allow us to do some rotational movement, do movement that allow, for example, to pick up something from a dish, put the food in our mouth. That's important. It's important that because these muscles are able to create an optimal fascial tension that avoid the collapse of the upper airways during some physical activity. So, and the last one is the superficial layer. The superficial layer is in continuity at the level of the trunk with the superficial layer of the neck muscles. And we can see that the muscles that are enveloped by this superficial layer are pectoralis majors and trapezius muscles and latissimus dorsi. It means that this level is made of the muscles that are really active, that are able to give some fast, quick, and powerful movement. So each level has its own characteristic, and they must work together, gliding over each other, and keep the right balance between the contractile component and the muscular component with the fascial system. So especially when we consider the forced breathing, so during physical activity, we have to bear in mind that the elasticity of this layer must be preserved. Talking about forced breathing, I would like to focus that normally we can think that is the need of oxygen that create our necessity to use the inspiratory muscle. This is not really true. It's not the need of oxygen, but it's the brain that stimulates both motor neuron and respiratory center neurons before the movement starts. So we are preparing. And the movement stimulates the fascial receptors inside the muscles. And these receptors transmit the signal to the brain and to the respiratory centers of the trunk. And that is the possibility to stimulate the ventilation in such a way, maintaining the normal blood parameters. So in conclusion, I want to say that in the motor field, breathing is practiced in many different disciplines, such as yoga, Pilates, gyrotonic. But it may happen that in sports, there is less attention to the respiratory dynamics, or that we focus mainly on the concept of core. That's an important concept, of course. And sometimes there might be some misunderstanding, and especially athletes, they may strengthen a little bit too much the muscle around the core. So, for example, the abdominal muscle, and in such a way, they increase a little bit too much the intra-abdominal pressure. So that might be a problem. Another aspect that we have to consider are the people that they don't like to move. So sometimes they used to live in a bad static postures, such as sitting in front of a screen for a long time. And there's another population, so people that have scars along the abdominal muscle or in the thorax because they had an operation during their life. That problem can affect the upper airways, and therefore it will be necessary to introduce exercise and movement that restore the optimal tension and function of the neck, thorax, and upper lip, not only around the abdominal core. So that's my suggestion. So.
Thank you, Anna, for this cute explanation about the respiratory system and the fascia. Wonderful, it's amazing.
So it was necessary in order just to have some clear idea. Now we do some practice exercise, and for that we need a mat, a towel, and 2 tennis ball or rubber ball. So we'll do some movement, easy movement. We can explore the visceral function, the vocal, singing, mouth, swallowing function, and more active muscles.
Wonderful. So people, in a few minutes, we are staying for you here with Anna Vitali. Anna, bye.
Hi.
Welcome back. I'll be teaching this class in my native language, Italian, for the benefit of my fellow nationals. This session will be dedicated to the exploration of the myofascial systems of the trunk and their function in breathing, so as to help us make our breathing wider and freer. So let's start by preparing your towel. Just roll it on itself. We will not use it straight away, but it's better to prepare it beforehand. So you have to prepare it like I'm doing. Just keep rolling it, and it should look like this. Just set it aside for now. As I said, we will use it later on, because now we will start with the balls. We will do an exercise with one ball first, and then we will use them both. You can use either 2 rubber balls or 2 tennis balls. Just lie down on your mat and take one ball, place it just behind your skull, so that the ball supports the skull and allows us to relax the facial muscles, the muscles of the mandible, and also the tongue. Just feel the point of contact with the ball and find the 2 occipital protuberances. From this position, just relax your arms and your shoulders and move your head, taking as a point of reference the tip of the nose. And just do some small movements as if you were saying yes. You will feel how our upper palate changes direction. So try and visualize the air that flows through the nostrils and feel how during those movements the tongue also moves between the upper and lower palate. Just be careful not to push your tongue against your lower teeth. Relax your shoulders and slightly move your head as if you were saying no, without falling from the ball. Just slow and gentle movements. Now draw some circles with your head, clockwise first and then anti-clockwise. Just relax for a moment and feel the weight of the shoulders and the pelvis. Remove the ball from behind your head, and now you will feel a greater weight behind the head. Now take the 2 balls and place them at the side of the sacrum. The idea of this session is to allow all posterior systems, including the erector or the serratus, posterior superior and posterior inferior, to be stimulated and stretched. So you will feel how the posterior muscles work together with the anterior muscles. You're doing nothing really special. Just bend your arm and place your hand above the abdominal wall. You can feel the abdomen lift when we inhale and exhale. This is a calm, quiet breathing. Now, connect the feeling of the air that flows through the upper airways, fills the base of the lungs, feel the rib cage expand, slightly expand, and the pressure of the diaphragm toward the viscera. When you exhale, feel that you do not need to recruit the muscles, you just need to release them. This position will stress the feeling of the shoulder blades and the thoracic area. Now, remove the two balls and place them at the level of the tip of the shoulder blades, I'd say around the 7th thoracic vertebra. If you feel that this position is uncomfortable, you can raise the head a little higher so as to avoid any hyperextension of the neck. In this position, you can feel, first of all, the costal margin up to the xiphoid process. Relax your shoulders and feel how anytime you inhale, this angle gets larger, gets wider. Whereas when you exhale, it gets smaller. It's very important that the area around the costal margin stays elastic and adaptable. The most interesting thing is to feel that the area you raise the most is the sternum. So let's move from the xiphoid process to the body of the sternum. In this point, there is the origin of the rectus abdominis muscles, which are very long muscles that glide inside within their sheaths. So let's place your one hand here and the other on the abdomen and feel that the body of the sternum slightly move upwards. This means that the rectus abdominis muscles are lengthening in this direction. Keep exploring and move from the body of the sternum to the manubrium of the sternum and explore the insertion of the ribs, of the true ribs in the body and the manubrium of the sternum up to the second rib. This is an important area because here there is the insertion of the pectoralis muscles that are in continuity with the rectus abdomen sheath. So this part, this layer, which is the more superficial layer, needs to be more adaptable. Explore the collarbones, distinguishing the medial part of the collarbone. This is the area that you want to feel as smoother. Here you can find the pectoralis major. If you move laterally along the collarbone, you find the deltoid. So let's take the collarbone and imagine that instead of wearing a crew neck t-shirt, you were wearing a boat neck t-shirt or halter neck t-shirt. You can feel that your collarbones get wider as if they were smiling. Place your hand on the manubrium once again and feel that when we inhale, this area rises towards the neck. This is nasal breathing. Try and make sure that the upper airways within the throat extend and relax. This will allow you to also feel a gliding of the shoulder blades along the two tennis balls along the external abdominal wall. Remove the balls, and it's now time to use the towel that we have prepared earlier. Just place it along the side of the spine, so from the sacrum along the mat, and just lay on the towel so as to visualize that the spinous processes are precisely within the groove or inside the groove that we have created in the towel. Open your arms to the side, not very high. They follow, as you can see, the edge of the mat. Just open them and turn the palm of the hands towards the ceiling. Try and stretch gently, following the path of the towel from the sitting bones to behind our ears. Try and find the towel within the shoulder blades and imagine that you were wearing a pair of gloves, those gloves that go up to the armpits. Put in your fingers first, then the wrist, the forearm, and the arm inside this very long glove that goes up to the armpit, where we felt or you felt the gliding of your pectoralis muscles. Just rotate the head towards the right, and with your left hand, just feel the sternocleidomastoid. With the left hand, touch the medial or proximal part of the collarbone and the first ribs, the sternum, and stretch the arm. Follow this path up to the humerus. So we are following just one part of the pectoralis major. Just move to the lateral part of the collarbone and feel the anterior part of the deltoid. Help your collarbone lie on the floor and do a small extra rotation. Bend your elbow and feel below the collarbone the coracoid process, where there is the insertion of the pectoralis minor. Rotate your head. Inhale and feel how the first ribs left attracted by the contraction of the pectoralis minor. Stretch your arm by following the palm of your hand with your eyes. So you are feeling the lateral part below the armpit of our ribs. Stretch the arm, but keep plugging the palm of your hand back to center and repeat the movement with your left arm. Feel the gliding of the head on the mat and find the sternocleidomastoid muscle. So put your long glove on, feel the deltoid, help the collarbone glide and the humerus rotate, bend your elbow, look at the palm of your hand and feel the movement of the first ribs that left. This is called pump handle movement. Stretch your arm and keep looking inside the palm of your hand and feel the part of the ribs below the armpit. And back to center again. Gently. Try and feel how these gloves are now more elastic, are stretchier. Feel the space between the shoulder blades. Raise your arm and make your shoulder blades glide forward. Let's think of our arms as two buoys and the shoulder blades as two anchors. When we exhale, there's a high tide, and when we inhale, there's a low tide. Place your hand together and try and make the shoulder blade, the right shoulder blade slide forward and the left shoulder blade forward. So we can direct our shoulder blades in a slightly diagonal direction. Just remove the towel now and lay on the side. So just lay on the side, on the right side first. Bend your legs and grip the iliac crest. By gripping this bone, we can bring it forwards and backwards. You can use a cushion if you want to use the towel as a cushion. If you need to be more comfortable, move to the tip of your shoulder and draw small circles with your elbow and feel how this circle improve the gliding from the neck along the collarbone and the shoulder blade, and again the collarbone in different directions. Place your hand on the ribs and you can feel the opening of the ribs toward the ceiling. Slightly cross the upper leg so as to stabilize the pelvis and feel how you can rotate both the sternum and the head and find a connection between the shoulder blade, left shoulder blade, the left side ribs, and reach the adductor of the right thigh. Just add this movement of the arm without exaggerating the movement and go back down. We can also draw circles with the arm and feel how there is continuity between the movement of the eyes, the arm and the hand back to center, and try and feel whether this work on the left side made it easier to lay on the mat in a more balanced way. So just lie on your left side and grip the iliac crest first, explore the ribs then, and draw circles, small circles with your elbows. A slight movement forwards and backwards, and then use your arm, crossing the leg first, up and back down with the arm. Draw circles without exaggerating the movement. Try and feel the tension and the gliding and the connection between the hand, the shoulder blade, the ribs, and the side. Back to center. Just lay down on your mat and feel whether you feel your rib cage wider. So just move to a sitting position. If you need, you can use a support, a block, just sit on it. And before starting, try and find your sitting bones, massage them, right sitting bone and left sitting bone. Sit with your legs crossed so as to have the sitting bones well placed on the block or the floor. Open your collarbone and feel that any time you inhale, you recreate that feeling of lengthening, as if the pubic bone were going down and the sternum were moving upwards. Once again, we need to use the towel, but this time you need to place it around the last ribs so as not to stretch the spine, but rather stabilize the last ribs when we inhale. So inhale through the nose and feel that this inhalation starts deeply in the pelvis. So anytime we inhale, we become wider, and when we exhale, we become we lengthen. Open your collarbones. Place the last 3 fingers on the floor and start opening your arms, bringing the palm of the hands up and down. Try and feel as if you were suspended through the spine. Bend your arms and draw small circles and feel how the collarbones glide and the spine expands as well. So we inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale. Try and use nasal breathing. We extend the arms towards the ceiling. Move the height towards the hand, and let's visualize as if we were trying to catch something or grasp something. While the right arm lengthens, the left arm goes down and vice versa. One arm up and try and feel how the thorax or the chest move below the shoulder girdle. Inhale and feel how these parts opens, the ribs open. Back to center, we inhale again and feel how this part opens. And back to center. One last movement. Rotating the spine and the rib cage. Adding also a movement of the shoulder girdle and the thighs as well, which follow the movement. Relax, release your arm and bring them up towards the ceiling. Place your ends together. Keep your elbow flexed or bent. Our diaphragm, by contracting, lowers down. When we inhale, the diaphragm moves up. Let's repeat this movement once again. And try and create a small sound through the throat, a slight vibration. feel this vibration starts deeply and moves through the airways and enters in our face. Once again, bring your arms above your head, and we open the mouth and we stretch by yawning. Open your arms wide, release them, and that's it. And thank you for spending this time with me, and I hope I have been able to help you with these exercises.
So, and now it's a pleasure to see back again Jean-Paul van Wingerden. Hi, Jean-Paul.
Yeah.
How are you?
Nice to see you again. I'm very fine, thank you. Despite the COVID here, which, like you maybe know, our youth here in Holland is not behaving so well. So we have still very many people with COVID. We're getting better now with our second lockdown, so it's getting better, but still a problem. So we hope for the best. Keep our fingers crossed.
Yes, all the Europe is more or less in the same situation.
Yeah, it's not good.
Back again. So we will talk about breathing.
Yes.
Yes, I did something about breathing, and I know that your presentation will be really able to clarify some aspect.
Yeah,
and I think that's a very interesting topic. So we are ready to start.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. I'm going to start the presentation and then we have a talk, and I hope it will be interesting for the audience. Let's go.
Yes, of course.
I'm going to share. Can you see my presentation now, Maria?
Yes, we can see it.
I think the viewers will see it too. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being part of this webinar. I'm going to talk to you about breathing. And what I wanted to talk to you about is that breathing is more than just breathing and then breathing out. And I want to talk about the abdominal compensation behavior of our abdomen and what it will do with our diaphragm position and what we can do with that. So let's start. First, I would like to introduce me very shortly. In my daily life, I'm a managing director of the Spine and Joint Center in the Netherlands, which is a rehabilitation center, and we treat people with chronic pain. And our main topic is that we try to recover their physical functioning, and to do that, we also have to adapt their behavioral patterns. So it's a combination of training programs with psychological aspects. In 2009, I got my PhD on functional anatomy of the low back, and I'm still doing a lot of research on back pain, abdominal wall, diastasis recti, and also rather recently something with breathing, of which I want to talk to you today. So, how do we get from our pain patients that we do research with breathing? Well, for that, I would like to show you these patients. And we have these patients in a little motion program, a little test we do with them. And one of the parts is that we ask them to do the active straight leg raise test, which is a test for the mechanical stability of the pelvis. But in this case, I would like you to pay attention to what they're doing with their abdomen at the moment they lift their leg. We'll show them one by one. I'll start with the first one. Just look at this lady when she lifts her leg. I hope you will see what she's doing here. When you look properly, you will see that she was raising her abdomen. So the second lady, she's almost holding her breath here, and it's coming also out here. And finally, the last subject, this guy, lifting one leg a bit fixed and the other one is coming more out. So there's even a difference between one leg and the other leg. So the question is, how can we explain this observation? What are they doing with their abdomen to have this motion during this active straight leg? It was what was interesting, intriguing for us. And of course, what we know is that there are already other studies that show that there is some relationship between, for example, incontinence, breathing disorders, problems with your intestines, and back pain. And this study was only in women, but we also know that also in male patients, there can be some interaction between these aspects. And the point is, we know that it's there, but we don't know why this is combined. What is the combining aspect to understand this? So if we talk about breathing, of course, the recent year is becoming more and more important, because we know we have all these patients with COVID, not only on the intensive care, but also regular patients who did not go to hospitals, but still have breathing problems. And what they do, we give them all kind of breathing exercises. And of course, you got all kind of devices to do the exercises. You got instructions to do exercises. We do exercises who are more related on relaxation and more on function of the breathing movement. But the strange thing is, if you look at all these mechanisms we describe, the question is it effective? But the other thing is, if we look at descriptions of breathing, we see all kinds of descriptions on how the lungs behave, how the ribs behave, how our intercostal muscles behave, how our diaphragm behaves, but then it stops. We stop at the diaphragm. And the question is that correct? Because if we remind the patients we saw earlier, we see there's something happening in their abdomen when they're doing something with their back. So there's a combination with your abdomen and your breathing motion, which is not quite clear. So one of the aspects we did some years ago was we did a study to the abdominal wall to understand more about how the abdominal wall is working. And I discussed that in an earlier webinar, so I won't go very deep into this. But one of the parts we found was that if you look at the anatomy with the connections of the fascia and the rectus muscle, there's a difference. This is not the correct anatomy. What we actually should see is that here behind there's a sliding mechanism which allows the transverse abdominis to pull on this fascia layer and pull inward to control the abdominal content. So that's what I would like to talk to you about some more, because if we know this construction and we understand what is happening in the abdomen, we have to realize the next thing. In your abdomen, there are all kinds of organs laying together, but all these organs together actually are a lot of fluid. So you can imagine that your abdomen actually is a kind of a barrel. It's a barrel, a container filled mainly for maybe 90, 99%, 97% with fluid, with watery content. And the question is, what is the consequence of this kind of picture we have? So what we have to realize is that our abdomen actually is a hydraulic pressure system. Now, what is so important about this notion that is a hydraulic pressure system? Now, let me put together with different kind of pressure systems. We have the pneumatic pressure systems and we have hydraulic pressure systems. Now, what's the difference? Pneumatic has to do with gas, where hydraulic has to do with fluids. Pneumatic with the gas always gets to lower forces. It's not so high force, while the hydraulic system can make very, very large forces. And the final thing, very important, is that pneumatic, the gas can be compressed. And the hydraulic system cannot be compressed, which is in our body a very important aspect, which we'll talk to you later about. Now, so this is the pneumatic aspect, and this is the hydraulic, the strength, the very strong system. Now, what is important that if we look at our trunk has two different pressure systems. The abdomen is a hydraulic system, and the thorax is a pneumatic system. So what we have lower here, we have the hydraulic system, which is very, very strong, and we have the pneumatic system, which is relatively weak. So what we have to realize, our abdomen is a hydraulic system, which is incompressible, and you can see it as a kind of breathing pump. But what you have to realize, which is really, really very important, because it's incompressible, if you want the diaphragm to lower, this is incompressible. This is the barrel we have. So this content remains the same. If you want the diaphragm to lower, you have to get somewhere the motion of the abdomen to allow the diaphragm to go down. If you don't do that, your diaphragm won't go down, because this is the powerful system and this is the weaker system. The breathing part is the weaker system. So if we have this notion, then we can make a next step, because what we know, I think you all know this guy, it's Paul Hodges. It's many years ago, he's a bit leaner now, but this is Paul Hodges, and I think maybe this is one of his first studies where he's been doing the transverse abdominis study, and he's very known about his studies on transverse abdominis and the multifidus, of course, but now we're talking about transversus, and he's shown that in people with back pain, he has shown that transversus gets a little bit a different behavior. And there's all kinds of discussion on how it's happening and why it's happening. But the point is, we see in many patients that transversus is doing something different. Now, if we know that in back pain, transversus is doing something different, what would be the consequence for our breathing system? So for that, I have two patients for you. First, this guy. Look at what he's doing. Look at his abdomen, how it's behaving. It's like a balloon. It's like a fixed ball, which is very hard. It's hardly moving. He's hardly breathing there. And he's also very limited in his motion. Now we go quickly to the active straight leg raise. Look at what his abdomen is doing when he's lifting his leg. It's coming out. He's pulling it out. Just the other leg for one moment. It's coming out. Now it's lifting the leg. And every time he's getting some exertion, you will see his abdomen pulling out. Now, that's one patient. Now I got a completely different kind of patient. Also a patient with back pain or pelvic pain, but with a different behavior. Look at this lady. Quite different from the other guy. This lady has a lot of tension in her abdomen, but in a different way from the first guy, because the first guy is blowing his abdomen up outside, and this lady is pulling her abdomen inside. She is hardly moving there. And look, when she's doing the active straight leg raise, you see nothing. Hardly anything is happening here. So she's all the time keeping her abdomen together. So what is the consequence of this kind of behavior? What you have to realize, because this is incompressible, the hydraulic system, if your abdomen pulls out, it will pull your diaphragm down, even passively. It won't happen your diaphragm, it will pull down. So if you have a very, very thick, large abdomen, you will be pulling your diaphragm down in a kind of inspiration position. While on the other side, if you look at the lady with a lot of tension in her abdomen, this is extreme, of course. This is like in the picture, but you can imagine if you have a lot of tension in your abdominal wall and you keep it pulling inwards, you will be pulling your diaphragm upwards in an inspiration position all the time, not for one moment, but all the time. So what we found in the patients is that they have compensation patterns and that they're doing something with their abdomen and consequently with their breathing system. So the question we had is, can we measure this? Now, there's a measuring device, like this kind of device, which will be measuring the motion of breathing. We call this the tidal volume. If you just relax breathing in and out, it will measure the tidal volume. Then we ask them to get a maximal inhale and followed by maximal exhale, and then go back to the normal pattern. That's what you see. Now, what we find in our patients is that sometimes it does not look like this, but it looks like this. Mm-hmm. And the question is it now that this is the inspiration, the relative inspiration you can have? Is it that we have patients who have diminished inspirational capacity and increased expirational capacity, or is something else happening? And actually what you have to realize is it's not the whole capacity that has changed, but this kind of system, it normalizes the level where you start the breathing. So it always refers here to zero. This is the zero, and this, but actually this zero should actually be there. So what we assume that this has not to do with a difference in the inspirational volume or expirational volume, it has to do with the initial position of your diaphragm. In patients, it can be so that you have an initial other position of your diaphragm. So to show you that in a little bit a different picture, here you get the same graph. And if you get a result like this, you have to realize that your diaphragm will be more in an inspirational position. So the guy with the large belly probably has his diaphragm in a more inspirational position. Whereas the lady with a lot of tension in her abdomen will have it more in a diaphragm in an expiration position. Now, this was only a theory. So we wondered, could we do a test in healthy subjects to show that this mechanism actually is working? And we did a clever thing. We had a student, Luke Laven, which is a clever guy, and we asked them to, with 21 healthy subjects, to do a test. We asked them to do the breathing test in two initial positions. One position was sitting, this guy actually standing, but it was sitting. And you have to realize that in sitting, the content of the abdomen pulls down. So it will pull the diaphragm a bit down more towards the inspirational position. Whereas in laying down, this should be supine, I think. It's not prone, it's supine, excuse me. But in this position, the fluid content will flow into the diaphragm and push the diaphragm into the expiration position. So we were expecting a different result from this position to this position. Now, to show you the results, what we found is this. There was a small difference in the vital capacity, which is the total range here. It was laying down, it was a little bit diminished because it gives some difficulty in pulling the diaphragm down. But the main thing we found is that the ERV got a lot smaller, while the IRV got a lot bigger. So we got a transition to this expirational position. So here we got the confirmation that changes in position will change the position of the diaphragm, which is a very interesting finding, I think. So in conclusion, from this little study, we found that our abdomen affects the diaphragm position and diaphragm motion. So what we think is very important, that it should be included in respiratory function models and training programs. You cannot have respiratory training without inclusion of what your abdomen is doing. And regrettably, in most cases, that is not what is happening. You have a lot of models which tell you something about the lung volume and the motion of the ribs and the inter-rib muscles, and something about the diaphragm, but not that the diaphragm is depending on what the abdomen is doing. And it's very, very important. So what are clinical consequences from this finding? First of all, the diaphragm function, the position of diaphragm depends on your abdominal control. That's what I said earlier too. And also motion depends on the abdominal control. So we have to incorporate the abdominal function in our analysis of breathing problems and respiratory problems in patients. But another thing is that we can also look at more comorbidity. If we have patients with breathing or respiratory problems, do they have back pain or neck or pelvic pain? Because these problems might also disrupt abdominal function and have consequences for the respiratory function. The same holds for neck pain, which can have a connection. We can have patients with incontinence. If our abdominal function is not working properly, then it could be that your pelvic floor is working in a different way, leading to incontinence problems, which can be a problem. So if we go from analysis to training programs, one very important thing is that we have to realize that the initial posture we use in patients can have huge consequences for how they can perform their exercises. I give you some examples. It's very often so that we do relaxation exercises laying down on our backs, laying prone, supine, sorry. But now from what I've been telling you, you have to realize that if you're laying in this position, the abdominal content will flood to one side and the other side to your pelvic floor, but also to your diaphragm. So if you have some problem in relaxation and letting your diaphragm go, if you want patients to have a bigger inhalation capacity, this may not be the proper position to have them do their practice, because in this position, your abdominal content is pressing against the diaphragm. Another thing is, if you want to do respiratory training, and you will make it easier for your patient, maybe you can have a posture like this, because in this posture, the abdominal content will pull down, which allows the diaphragm in a much easier way to come down and have your inhalation. So you can use a different posture. But if you want to do strength training, then maybe this posture would be better, because if you want to address your diaphragm, then you can do it in this posture. By the way, did you ever wonder, your diaphragm is part of your breathing system. Can you voluntarily contract your diaphragm? Well, there's a very simple trick some guy learned me some years ago. If you lay in this position and you ask someone to make a huge belly, to pull the belly out, what you do then is you actually pull your diaphragm down, which lowers the abdominal content and pulls it down. So if you have the action where you make a round belly, you might say, that actually is an activation of your diaphragm in this position. So finally, if you want to do relaxation exercise with patients and you want to make it more easy for them, maybe, and not use this position, maybe you can use a position like this with some pillows to be just a little bit more upright, because then your diaphragm will be lowered much easier. To give you one more anecdote, there are patients who have a lameness of their diaphragm. They cannot actively use their diaphragm. They can live, but what they have to do is they have to be always upright, because then they can use gravity with the abdominal content to lower the diaphragm, and they use active motion of their transverse abdominis to contract the abdominal content and exhale them. If you put this patient in a position like this, they will die because they cannot inhale, which is very interesting. Okay, so if you look at exercises, then you have to understand if you want to increase breathing, improve breathing patterns in patients. First of all, you have to understand, is there a dynamic situation or is there a static situation? Are we dealing with patients who have their abdomen fixed, or are they moving their abdomen? If their abdomen is fixed, don't start with control exercise or with strength exercises. First, let them relax their abdomen and get to the motion of the abdomen before you start with strength exercises. You can also look at activity of transverse abdominis. You can do with echo Doppler or with echo systems or just with palpation to see whether transverse is working or not. And another thing is, which maybe there will be some questions about that because I don't have much time to talk about that now, but we have to think about what is our proper intra-abdominal pressure. Normally your pressure is relatively low, but sometimes you have to increase it, but not always. You have to have some dynamics there. So in what situation do you use what kind of intra-abdominal pressure to control your abdomen? And another thing is the weight of the abdominal wall. We have patients who have very thick bellies with a lot of fat, and all this fat also has got kind of a weight. So even if we get their transverse abdominis to work again, this muscle has to work very, very hard to get this abdominal wall inside and get the diaphragm up. So in this kind of patients, breathing will always be a problem. Not only because transverse will not be working, but also because of the weight of their abdomen. So we really have to think also about the level of exercises. In many cases, we start with too heavy exercises. And sometimes you can even ask a patient to blow a balloon to see what's happening with the abdominal content, to overcome the resistance of the balloon to blow it up in the first place. So that can be very easy exercises to start with and then build up until you can have really heavy exercises. But be careful with starting with too heavy exercises because then you can be disrupting the motion pattern of the patient again, which you don't want to. So to end this presentation, the message I want to give you for today is our respiratory system does not end at the diaphragm. The abdominal content drives our breathing and is very, very important. And if you have patients with other kinds of complaints like back pain or pelvic pain, it can be that these complaints also play a role in disruption of the motion pattern. And the same thing holds for the COVID patients I've been talking to about the beginning. If you have a COVID patient and you're doing breathing exercises, please keep in mind that it is not only the lungs that have a problem, it can also be that the abdominal content is not doing what it should be doing. And please pay attention to that because it can be really helpful in getting a better result in the exercise program of your patients. Of course, a lot of what I've been telling you is still in its first step. So we need a lot of new exploration and research to find the answers to how exactly these mechanisms are working. But I hope I have given you some idea on what you can do in this kind of patient, and it will help you further in the exercise and effectiveness of treatment of your patients. So thank you very much. And this is a nice view of our skyline in Rotterdam, which is a very nice city. That's it, Anna Maria. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Jean-Paul. And I have some considerations. So first of all, so you didn't talk about fascia.
Not so very much, no. Just
yeah. So why you choose don't talk about fascia in this presentation?
Yeah. Well, actually, in my mind, I'm always talking about fascia. And in the previous webinar I had this large presentation about the abdominal wall, which we found with the fascia structures and the elasticity in one direction and the stiffness in the other direction. So that actually was the first step in our setting our mind to the role of fascia. And how I consider fascia is you can have all kinds of ways of looking at fascia, like it transfers force and things like that. But one of the main things I consider fascia is that it allows us to contain fluids, to contain muscles, to contain organs, and to keep this all together. And not just keep it together, but keep it together in a way that we can control pressure. So from this webinar, when I'm talking about pressure, actually, I'm constantly talking about the role of fascia. Fascia is so very important to allow us to control this fascia. It has to be strong, it has to be gentle, it has to be allow us to move and still at the same time control this fascia, to control this pressure at different levels. So if I give you this webinar and I did not use the word fascia, but actually through talking about pressure, you constantly have this word fascia in your mind because it's fascia that plays the most important role in how we control this. So I hope I can, if you talk about pressure, it's fascia we're talking about. So I hope that's an answer to your question.
Yes, and I have another consideration. It's a personal consideration. So you didn't talk about breathing and movement. So we know that we have a breathing for resting, yes, and we have a different kind of breathing for physical activity.
Yes, yes.
So can you say something about that? What's your ideas related to this aspect?
Yeah. Well, there are many aspects in this case. First of all, which I did not incorporate in this presentation, but which is very, very important. There's a study from many years ago, some 1986, something there. There was a guy named Thimble. I tried to find him somewhere, but I think he's back to India or something where he lives. I don't know, but it was a very clever guy who did a study for transverse abdominis. And what they found is that the innervation of transverse abdominis comes from two different positions in your nervous system. One system has to do with your with the motion patterns, and the other system has to do with breathing. And the interesting thing is both neural systems attach to different muscle fibers in transverse abdominis. So one of the first things which is very interesting is you have a different innervation in your transverse abdominis, one for breathing and one for your locomotion system. And what you very often see in patients is that if you do, for example, the active straight leg raise test, they don't use their transverse abdominis. And when you ask them to cough, then you will find that they use transverse abdominis because that is addressed through the other neural system. Mm-hmm. So first of all, what we see is that there are two systems which work in combination in our daily activities. And then you have the second thing, which is that if you look at this pressure system from our abdomen, I don't know if you know that, but surgeons, abdominal surgeons are very keen on when they have done surgery on their patients, that if after abdominal surgery, their abdominal pressure becomes a bit too high, that is very dangerous, because when it comes too high for a too long period, the patients will die. Because that small increase in pressure will cause their organs to shut down and patients will die. So the interesting thing is, normally in our bodies, we have relatively a low pressure, but that allows us to sometimes build up much higher pressures. And the important thing is we have to allow us to get the differences in pressure. So if we're thinking about breathing in a not very active state, then our pressures in breathing are very low. If we look at breathing in more active states, then we get the higher pressures. And then you will see that, for example, the abdomen is really getting its pump action in normally. So that's the different levels. On the other hand, what you also see, if you want to exert some force, then you see that the pressure pump will kind of fix itself and get this very high intra-abdominal pressure to allow us to get this high level motions that we have. So that's a bit what we're doing with our pressure systems in different levels. And one last thing I would like to mention in this respect is that we see many patients who, for example, have been doing Pilates. And I'm very fond of Pilates. It's a very nice exercise program. Did you do anything with that, Pilates, I think? I'm not sure, but I'm very fond of Pilates. But there's one thing. Sometimes the Pilates guys get too enthusiastic and they train their patients to get this tension in all the time. And then sometimes you see patients who have, for example, incontinence problems because they leave that pressure too long, too high. So one of the main things is we need this pressure, but mainly we need the changes in pressure and more active, higher pressures, but then back to low pressures. So please keep that in mind.
So, okay. And the last question is obviously, is the incontinence?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I just said something about the Pilates and incontinence, but there's an interesting thing because, like I told you in this presentation, I think we have to consider our abdomen as a vessel, as a fluid container. And this fluid container, I've been talking about transverse abdominis now, but the fluid container also has the top, which is the diaphragm, and the bottom, which is the pelvic floor. And all these systems work nicely together to get this dynamic pressure system flowing and working in a nice dynamic system. But what do we see in the patients? In patients, we see that they cannot use their abdomen in the way it should be. So they find different tricks to do it in another way. Now, there are many different tricks, like the very lean lady you saw. She's getting a lot of tension together and keeping it pushed together all the time. But there are other patients who get the pressure off, like the first guy with a large belly, he's just letting go. And what we see in these patients, if you don't use the dynamics of the vessel, you have to find another way. And what these patients do is they use their back wall, like the erector spinae muscle, sometimes your gluteal muscles. But what they also do is they address their pelvic floor. Dus what you see in these patients is because they don't use the vessel as a whole combined, they start using their back wall and their pelvic floor to support the pelvis and the spine. But to do that, your pelvic floor has to get much more attention, much more tension than when it's working together with the vessel. So if you have a patient with that kind of problems and you learn them to address more the transverse abdominis and get back the dynamics of the abdominal wall, of the abdomen, of the vessel, you will have this strange effect that while your pelvic floor is cooperating in this vessel, it will get less incontinence because it's much more dynamic, much more in line with the other muscles, and it has to work less hard. So it's still working, it's still doing, it's cooperating, but not so hard as when it's doing only with the back wall and the pelvic floor. So that's an interesting thing you can use in addressing your patients, absolutely.
Yeah, so and probably the last question is the rhythm. So breathing is a rhythmic activity.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Like I said before, it has to do with the dynamics. Yeah. Our body is working with dynamical things. Our heart has a rhythm which is dynamic. Our lungs have a rhythm which is dynamic. Our muscles, they're not constantly tensed, but they have a rhythm. If we walk in a rhythm. So our whole body has to do with rhythm. And also this pressure system with breathing. It's like you got this breathing rhythm fluently, and it's very interesting. We have been doing some tests now with the measuring system I saw you, and it's very interesting how many different rhythms patient can have. They can have very slow rhythms with very deep excursions. They can have very quick with very shallow excursions. And the point is, if you train patients, please get the dynamics back. Don't train them in one direction, but get to the dynamics, low level, high level dynamics. It's so important. I can't stress that enough if you want to. So if that's an answer to your question, that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Jean-Paul. It was really interesting, clear, and I hope to see you soon.
Yeah, I hope that someday we get this antidote for COVID and that we can meet and hug again. And because it's very nice to see each other through Zoom and have meetings like this and exchange information, but being in contact, real contact with human beings is also very nice.
Of course.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
I have got to know you for several decades as a fellow body worker. You have been one of the prominent anatomy trains teachers next to Tom Myers and several others. And also recently, I think you completed a Master of Science degree in anatomy and human evolution. I would love to be there with you.
It was fun.
And I got to respect you very much for the topic of this talk. And that's why we wanted to have you. And we are very glad to get you because you are author of the best-selling book, Born to Walk, which I can highly recommend. So it's a great pleasure to have you and to listen to your latest insights about to walk in a fascia healthy manner, if I understand you correctly.
I hope so, yes. So, well, it's a pleasure. It's an honor for me to be invited and hosted by you, Robert. Thank you. And thank you, Fabrizio, for organizing this. So it is such a genuine honor. So thank you. I'm just going to put up onto my screen. So I hope that you can see the presentation okay. So what I want to do this morning is just give a kind of quick overview over many of the aspects of human walking. And I think that's necessary because it's such a complex, multi-dimensional act. And I think there are many questions that we've had around human walking. Is why are we the only upright bipedal plantigrade animal on the planet? And to me, a lot of the answer comes down to just this kind of summary graph and lots of data, but those different dots are just showing the cost of transport and comparing cost of transport between a human and a chimpanzee, whether the chimpanzee is in blue quadrupedal or in red bipedal. And essentially, it is cheaper for us to walk, to move, to get around move around the environment, and presumably as that ability evolved, that opened up lots of new potentials for us in terms of hunting, gathering ranges, migration ranges. So it opened up lots of new resources that we could access and take advantage of. So to me, that's I think the major answer to why are we bipedal. That, but then there's also the how, and I think that there are certain features within our anatomy that go to encouraging that efficiency. There are skeletal factors, muscular factors, and of course fascial factors, and all of those kind of combined make up the shape and the arrangement and our locomotor strategies that allow us to be as efficient as we are. There have been many different models that have been put together, and probably the most commonly quoted, at least hopefully it's kind of dying out a little bit, has been the inverted pendulum model. It's the idea that we walk with a straight leg, and we are like a pendulum if you turn it upside down. And that's kind of really focusing on the skeletal factors, the fact that we have a skeleton that is relatively straight. We have fewer bends in our kind of arrangement. And that's something that we normally see with heavier animals, as the animals get heavier along the bottom of the graph. The legs get relatively straighter. So the straighter the legs, the better the mechanical advantage at the limbs. So that allows us to use our muscles in a different way. We have a more gracile kind of makeup. So there are different, again, calorie advantages to having fewer muscles with fewer bends in the skeletal arrangement. And this is studied from various different sources, but Lieberman kind of summarized it in his book, The Story of Human Body. Essentially, with that arrangement, we can save anything up to 1,000 calories per week on average if we were walking 6 kilometers per day. And if you think back, or maybe imagine back onto the Serengeti, if you were saving 1,000 calories, that's pretty significant in terms of how you can reinvest those calories somewhere else. So for us, hopefully, presumably developing a bigger brain. And when we look at the muscles, so we can break down the functional muscles into, well, initially 3. They act as motors, they act as struts, and they act as dampers. But all 3 of those activities are using calories. And something really interesting happens whenever we look at the cost of transport with walking, which is represented with that inverted U-shape curve on the top left of the graph. And essentially that graph is showing that if we walk slowly or if we walk quickly, it's more expensive than walking at this kind of preferred walking speed. So something's happening within our system that is almost kind of separate from that muscle dynamic. We're not just using the muscles as motors. We can, something happens that allows us to use those motors, the muscles, our soft tissue in some way that is more efficient at a certain speed. And that's quite different from the act of running. Running has that flatter line, and there must be something that we're missing. And of course, that something that we're missing is the idea of this soft tissue working as springs. So we can change that kind of slightly outdated inverted pendulum model to updated spring mass system model. And this is from the wonderful review article by Roberts and Azizi. And so by putting in the springs, we get a little bit more detail, a little bit more clarity, perhaps. And of course, the springs are the elastic tissue, the fascial tissue that we'll spend most of this presentation talking about, which I'm sure we're all familiar with. I don't need to go through all of the different anatomy. I'll leave that up to others that are there. And when we compare these two models, whenever we put in the springs, we see, so that the red line of the graph is the presentation of the model, the predicted reaction forces. When we look at the inverted pendulum model, you actually see that the graph, the red line, is going up whenever the real forces are actually coming down in the middle. So the real forces are the outlines in black, and the predicted model is showing a kind of a rise when there should be a dip. But that dip actually comes in whenever we put in and mock up the springs. And this is, you might recognize this is an adaptation from one of your colleagues, one of your friends, Adzo Zorn. We talk about the springs. So you can kind of imagine the springs. We take the pelvis and turn it upside down. If you need something to catch the pelvis each time that your hip is going into flexion extension, you need kind of these buffers. And so we've got this tissue on either side. So whether it's the thoracolumbar fascia on the back, all of the hip flexors and whatever on the front is encouraging that pendulum to be able to kind of tick-tock almost underneath. And there have been many different studies that have investigated some of the passive elastic contribution. This was an interesting study by Silver and Whittington. And they just kind of mocked up the ability to go into hip extension and in combination also with knee flexion, and to be able to measure the passive contribution. So by bringing the thigh into extension and then letting go, they were able to kind of get an idea of the contribution from the passive tissues. And they said there's substantial contribution from both the unit joint and biarticular tissues. They also said that all of the tissue, kind of pretty much from the joint capsule through to the skin on the front of the hip, would be involved in this mechanism. So I kind of need to use that as kind of a reminder to not get overly focused on individual muscles or individual kind of layers, if you want to use that word, but to realize that it's everything on the front, potentially on the front of a joint, that's being brought into extension, or in the case of the knee, into flexion. Just to kind of build up some of this story, this is a really interesting paper by Wilke, and there are many different findings, but one of them that they found was that whenever a client or a subject was asked to push more actively with their foot, the increased work in the foot led to a decrease in the range of motion, or decrease the amount of hip extension, and decrease the contribution from the hip. And that's, to me, that's something we need to keep in mind, that actually, well, if I use something in my body a little bit more, it's going to have a knock-on effect somewhere else. So increasing the work at the ankle, decrease the work at the hip. And they also investigated some of the kind of dynamics around the plantar flexor tissue. And they were looking at contribution. This is, they adapted some of the work from Ishikawa, and looking at the power that was being contributed from that ankle plantar flexion. And it was made up of muscle power, the tendon power, and of course, it was neither one of those in isolation. It was actually all of the muscle tendon unit. But we need to realize that a lot of that work was actually coming from the tendon. It's only a small proportion was actually coming from the muscle. And that starts getting interesting when we start thinking back to that inverted U-shaped graph about the muscles being kind of hopefully optimized. And going back to that Robertson and Zizi review paper, they kind of broke them down, the three main mechanisms that the fascial tissue can provide for our movement strategies. And the first one, I know you talk of it a lot, Robert, is the use of the springs and how they can contribute to that economy. So really, whenever we get into that preferred speed, that seems to be hopefully when we're optimizing those springs. So we're using less of that eccentric and concentric muscle work. We're trying to optimize the muscle fibers close to their maximum kind of force potential. So whenever we look at the graph, if it's just the standard force length relationship, if a muscle is in a shortened position over the kind of the ones, then it can't produce much force. We know that if it's overly long, it also can't produce much force. And so we know from many studies that, well, during repeated rhythmical movements, the muscles like to stay close to isometric. And that's often been seen to kind of say, well, then we can operate in this nice window of the peak force length relationship. And that's particularly interesting when we look at, so this is just looking at some of the EMGs. This is from Jacqueline Perry's book, which I use and reference a lot in the Born to Walk book. When we look at all of the plantar flexor muscles, the extrinsic plantar flexors, that come down into the foot, we see their increase of activity as we're getting towards that important toe-off position. And toe-off is that change between the green and the kind of that slight lilac purple color. So as we're going through those ankle rockers, when we're going through stance phase, the ankle will be coming up into initially dorsiflexion and eventually into toe extension. And so all of these muscles are being switched on, but they're being switched on to initially decelerate dorsiflexion. So they're actually getting longer, but they're contracting. So they're not, the muscle fibers are, again, from many studies, shown to be close to isometric. The tone of the muscle is increasing, the work that they're holding to decelerate the momentum of the body going over the foot as it progresses in gait. That's going to have a lot of advantages for kind of force closure of the foot, a lot of stability that's going to be offered to the foot as we come up into that toe extension position. One of the second mechanisms that they talk about is this power amplification, and in their paper they kind of break it down into movements that require a lot of power, so jumping and accelerating and running uphill, or ballistic feeding from animals. Hopefully we don't ballistically feed too much, but I think missing a slight trick, because when we look at the muscle fiber activity during those phases of gait and coming up into toe off, the muscle fibers are not operating on either side of that force length relationship. They're actually operating on what's referred to as the ascending limb. So as they're coming up and lengthening slightly, they're actually going towards their peak. So each time that we're coming through and decelerating ankle dorsiflexion, the plantar flexors are lengthening towards their peak, which I think is interesting, because that's that allows them to operate always towards more strength. So if you think of, just to simplify, if I was taking my arm back, the further back I go, if I was over the peak of the force length, I would actually be getting weaker and weaker and weaker. That would be a very fragile position. So to have the muscle fiber operating on the ascending limb means that the muscle is actually getting potentially stronger, able to produce more force as it lengthens. And of course, this is not every movement, but this is repeated rhythmical movement, and many studies, again, coming back to Ishikawa and Komi, etc. Many movements will use this dynamic where I'm actually able to increase the potential power or force, really, as the muscle gets longer. And so we see this whenever we look at the position coming up to toe off, we see there are certain positions that each joint should be kind of in. We talk about a normal repeated rhythmical gait. So we want hip extension plus or minus 10 degrees. Knee initially is in extension. We want to kind of vault over a straight knee to take advantage of that relatively aligned skeleton. And then just prior to toe off, it comes into about 40-degree flexion. And of course, then we're coming up into a 45 to 55-degree toe extension position. And each of those joint ranges contribute something to the elastic loading. And this is a computerized model, but it is kind of introducing the idea of the importance of the biarticular springs. So they were looking at the rectus femoris and the hamstrings in particular, but it's just going to give a visual image of what's happening whenever we get into that position of kind of coupled hip extension and knee flexion. There's going to be a lot of potential energy that's coming into the rectus femoris, and also gastrocnemius has been looked at again by Whittington and Silder. So there's a really important relationship that's going on between kind of joint action and soft tissue loading. So rectus femoris is involved with absorbing the hip and knee. Gastrocnemius is also involved with initially loadings as we go into the knee extension, and then loading as we progress into ankle dorsiflexion, and then will assist as we're coming up into that toe off position. So there are lots of ways in which the tissue is being used as kind of decelerators and coupled across these kind of joint relationships. And this is just to bring it into seeing the body in a much more three-dimensional way. Obviously, it's difficult in a few minutes to kind of describe all of the complexities of human gait. And much of the research focuses on the in-series tissue dynamics. I think that's a shame, because I think we need to also appreciate the in-parallel mechanisms. So whenever we look at walking and we see what should happen and this is looking at the right hip, there should be an adduction of the hip on that side as it's loading to accept some of the weight. And that loading is going to tension gluteus maximus, tension fascia lata, gluteus medius, all of which have various degrees of continuity into the fascia lata. The fascia lata, the wrapping around all of the muscles of the thigh. So the outer bag is going to be stiffening as the inner bag, so all of the stabilizers of the thigh, the knee, the quadriceps, the hamstrings, the adductor, particularly adductor magnus, they're all going to be stiffening. So we've got this kind of two-layer dynamic, if you like, which again has been researched, that it's kind of hydraulic amplification has been in the research for many years, part of the core strength ideas of the continuity from TBA into the low back. We had it studies with Garfin, showing that loss of the kind of the compartment integrity reduces muscle strength by about 15%. And these are older studies, but more recent study just last year. The study by, I won't even try the pronunciation. So they were looking at the ability, the strength of the intrinsic toe flexors, and found that the toe flexors were stronger, could produce more force, whenever the foot was loaded. So this ability to kind of open up and stiffen and tension the compartmental bags, presumably, they didn't go into too much of the potential dynamic, but that stiffening, the pre-tensioning, assisted and increased the potential force output. And so all of these different layers, I think, are helping to optimize the force production. And as we see the headlines force production for the jumping, I think we're constantly normal, repeated, rhythmical, natural human movement will still be using some of that dynamic, those dynamics, both the in parallel and in series dynamics, to maximize our efficiency, reduce muscle work, which is calorific and expensive. So we've got these in series and in parallel mechanisms. I think that in parallel, I think that's going to be an interesting future area of research, and I think it needs to be better investigated. So just to come back to the kind of slightly more sagittal plane for that toe-off position, in order to use that dynamic, we need enough momentum, but we need a kind of a, I know you like the phrase kind of the Cinderella, but it's a kind of Goldilocks, and that it's enough momentum. If we don't have enough momentum in the movement, so if you're walking slowly, then we need the muscles to act as motors. If we want to speed up, we also have to use the muscles as motors. So in this kind of happy Goldilocks phase, then we've got the natural coupling through the joint mechanics that help to optimize and load the tissues. And so the preferred speed is when all of that is just flowing naturally, efficiently, effectively. And I have to put in the proviso that also this is kind of textbook walking. This is flat, usually treadmill walking. This is not normal everyday walking, but I like to use the comparison between museum walking or shopping walking and walking along a canal bank. You know, we could all quite easily walk along the canal for 10, 12 kilometers, get to the pub, have a beer, and walk all the way back. But you know, after 20 minutes in a museum, it's kind of tiring because of that it's the same body, but we're using different levels of momentum. And to finish with the Roberts and Azizi, they also talk about power attenuation. This is the damping ability. So they, again, use the extreme examples of decline running, deceleration, landing. And it's using a dynamic looking at the force and velocity. So when we look at a lot of the muscles, so this is the deep posterior compartment, tibialis posterior, and the two long toe flexors, they're pennated muscles. When we look at the force velocity relationship of a pennated muscle, so it's shown as B on the left, it has a very rapid decline. So it can produce a lot more force than this kind of the equivalent fusiform muscle, but it has a very steep decline in force when it is asked to contract quickly. So that decreased force potential is minimized by letting the in-series elastic tissue load. So all of those muscles that are contracting, working, close to isometric on their ascending curve, letting the tendinous tissue take the strain, so that when it comes to time for toe off, it is the elastic recoil that gives the initial burst that allows then the muscle fiber to contract more slowly within it. So again, this is kind of a force optimization mechanic, I believe. And so when we put all of that together, even the power attenuation dynamic is letting us optimize movement. So all three of these dynamics, I think, are involved with normal everyday movement. It's not just the springs. The springs are being allowed to, well, help the muscle operate at its optimum force. All of that elastic energy is, well, in series, but also in parallel. And so this, just to kind of sum up everything we've kind of very quickly kind of gone through in terms of walking and fascia, we have to think of it as multi-layer, and think about optimizing the force length relationship. But that optimizing the force length relationship requires contribution and kind of communication and cooperation across numerous joints. It's not just the ability of the hip to go into extension. The ability of the hip to go into extension is going to be kind of related to the ability to dorsiflex, the ability to toe extend. And of course, that we need to remember about the in parallel mechanisms. So all of those compartments are going to be stiffened. And then finally, that attenuation dynamic, the damping dynamic, was still allowing the muscles to work within that optimum force velocity relationship. So by letting the springs of the fascial tissue release more, well, sooner, faster, immediately, then the muscle can operate at its a little more kind of pedestrian, perhaps to use a really bad hand pun, more pedestrian kind of speed of contraction. So I realized it's been a quick kind of, oh, I didn't, yes, it's going to appear one by one. A really quick kind of review or preview, perhaps, or introduction to all of the dynamics of kind of the interrelationship between fascia, walking. And I think it's really important that we see things in context, that it's not just fascia. The fascia is dependent on enough momentum, it's dependent on enough joint range, it's dependent on joint ranges through the system, through the body. So sorry about that building off my references, but just there was some reading that went into it. So Robert, I realized that was a whistle stop tour. Do you have any questions or anything you would like to come back with?
That was terrific. I have hundreds of questions, but I can only afford a few with you, and I hope next time, the two of us, when we get together with a beer or more, that we can go even more into depth. But this is terrific. I also see that we get excited about the same research papers. In my talk also I emphasized the 3 types of interaction model between muscles and fascial tendinous connective tissues from Roberts and Arampatzis.
It's just a wonderful paper. It was
wonderful.
Amazing that it's not better known.
Yeah. So you and I are doing our missionary work to get that out into the community. I'm sure you also noticed the recent paper by our colleague Freddie Sichting, together with Dan Lieberman, on the toe extension in walking.
Yes.
And if I understand you correctly, you agree with them that having sports shoes in which you have artificial toe extension is not an ideal solution for.
Correct, not an ideal solution for everyday walking, everyday gait, and for most people. So yes, I agree. I think unfortunately in social media that paper got misinterpreted and over exaggerated and led to all kinds of things of toe springs being dangerous and you know, if you wear toe springs you're going to die of weak foot. So they got a little carried away. I think toe springs can be, and to me this is a really important point of, we need to understand the environment, we need to understand the mechanics, and any environmental adjustment like a toe spring can actually be a very useful tool. So I would have liked to have rewritten some of that conclusion and say, well, by using the toe spring reduced the work that was necessary for the intrinsics. But wouldn't that be a wonderful tool if I had plantar fasciitis, if I had sacromoiditis? So it actually becomes a therapeutic tool to offload the foot, as well as, it will, long-term use will lead to weakening the foot. So I think that they missed something. And I know of Dan Lieberman's work for many years, and we need to be aware of agendas within research.
Great, fantastic. So if I book a workshop with you, which I would love to do, and you do practical walking, are people hopping? Are they walking backwards? So how does it look if you go with people on a walk in a workshop?
In the workshop, well, we go through a lot of the kind of coupling dynamics. So I'm very much, my body work is very much changed to standing work. So putting people into functional positions, it's kind of a trendy word, but putting them in positions that kind of mimic the necessary positions. So can your joints, can your tissues accomplish enough hip extension? Can your toes accomplish enough toe extension? And it's not just, there's wonderful necessity and wonderful information that can be gained from passive assessments. They're necessary tools. But those ranges need to be achieved in combination with others. And quite often in my clinical history, I would test, I would work, I would retest, and then I would go, oh, okay, I've done my job, off you go. And without actually preparing the client's system, whether it be their proprioceptive system, their motor control system, however you want to word it, to recognize that you've got a new range here, that's going to allow something else to happen through the rest of the system. So I think to finish, well, actually to start and to finish, to start to assess, can you couple those motions? And then to finish any session, can allow your system to couple those motions, whatever it was that was inhibiting or restricting you from being able to do that. So we're actually using a lot of kind of manual therapy like approaches in standing with movement in order to encourage the tissue to do what it should do, so that it can optimize efficiency. I think that's become very much my goal, and of changing my language as well. Of actually, I'm much less interested in pain and much more interested in optimizing your efficiency. Which I think that kind of going back to our heritage with Dr. Rolf, I'm less interested in pain and more interested in kind of structural integration, your ability to be integrated. I'm just taking it in a slightly different direction in terms of function.
This is great. So I invite the audience at your next break to take a walk and pay attention to what is the ideal speed and what are the ideal joint angles, not for pain-free walking, but for optimization in terms of economy. I will check out your speed of 5.3 kilometers per hour, if that fits to my limb and my body mass. But that will be a very nice exploration of what we just listened. And also, I highly recommend your best-selling book, Born to Walk Again. Thank you very much, James.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you.
Hi, Divo. Welcome to this fashion movement in sports. Then thank you for these two last lectures when we talk a little bit about gait and core. And now we are inviting Divo to try to us your experience. Of course, we know that you haven't studied fascia a lot of time these last years. And this, in the fascia, you organize many ideas with the body bliss, and the much more in the pelvic floor studies. So what you are bringing to us now, and what you need to do your practical class?
Yeah, so thanks for the invitation. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here, and always great to have some Brazilian atmosphere and feeling, because I miss my Brazilian friends a lot. So happy to contribute, and I will bring a practical experience to you. So I'm really looking forward to teach a little bit of what we have developed the last years on the perspective of fascia within the pelvic floor training. So maybe you want to really look forward to a class which has elastic rebound, has some kind of stretches, has some kind of really dynamic movement, as well as more subtle movement for the fascia as a sensory organ portion of it, which is very, very important for the pelvic floor for sure. So I'm really happy to do that, what I love, and that's actually move.
Yeah, and we need some kind of tools, mini balls or something. What do you need? We need a chair.
Anyhow, not at such a long class. I really decided to do it very simple, just with our own bodies. So you would need a mat, and maybe you could just grab a chair or a stool, have it, grab a chair or a stool and nearby. But that's just in case you're not so comfortable on the floor.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So people, yeah. Thank you, Tivo. And people, we are waiting for you in 2 minutes. Though, just prepare yourself, prepare your space. Just we are start to do a class with this Tivo. Thank you. I'll see you as soon.
So let's get started. I'm looking forward to take you into a movement piece where we focus a little bit upon the fascial pelvic floor in combination with the training of the lumbodorsal fascial tissues. And I'm gonna just take you into easy bounces and for sure into fascial stretches. And we're gonna finish up with a gentle breath for release and refinement. And just at the very end, maybe you want to just take a cushion or make yourself comfortable in a chair to finish up with. So let's just get into all fours. And you place the hands below your shoulders and make sure the dorsal part of your foot is touching the ground. And then you just elongate your sitting bones backwards, you lift the sternum a little bit, and it's just throughout the elongation. Just do a little bit of a catapult action in front. You elevate the sitting bones and you do just a couple of those easy bounces backwards before you catapult yourself into the front. Just give it a try. So that with the preparatory counter movement, you really engage that back part of your pelvic floor throughout elongating the sitting bones, and very easy. Just catapulting through it. That's the last one for now. And then you shift the toes and you bring the Now we do the knee lift. Has also a catapulting action, and that comes from the Achilles tendon and the springiness of your plantar fascia. So you want to do this one. So it's like, right? Yeah. So the knee is lifting throughout the action of your lower leg, and your pelvis stays low. So you do a couple of those. You do 3 more. You get yourself back, and we just do the part with the elongation of the sitting bones again. Make sure you're really elongating first, and then you catapult yourself in front. And you can get a little bit more up into the front then. Okay, great. Last one to go. You take the leg and one leg and really elongate it out. You want to make sure that you lower the heel throughout, that kind of really explosive kind of a move of the heel and the back line again. So it's actually a little bit the same thing. So we do the lifting throughout this nice kind of rebound, and then we take both legs backwards and we get ourselves into a plank position, and we just walk on the spot with the same emphasis. Heel is really lower. Yeah. Yep. 3, 2, 1. Get back. Get down, elongate and bounce. Now we're taking the right sitting bone and you push the frontal part off your foot before you catapult yourself in front. Shift upon and onto the left side. So the sitting bone is elongating. You're catapulting yourself in front throughout. A little bit of a push down off the dorsal part of your foot. You get back down here, and then we do that nice kind of rebound, and you want to really engage your fascial belt from the transverses into your lumbar dorsal fascial tissues. Up, back. 3, 2, 1, down. And the leg moves back. Your skull is elongating, really straighten out that leg, and throughout that nice kind of rebound. Yeah, you bounce that area. Get back yourself, get yourself back into both legs. And now, maybe a little bit wider, we want to just walk on the spot. Onto the hands. Up, up, up. Yeah. 2 more. And then you get yourself back down here. You just easy roll yourself back. And just a couple of easy catch stretches. You pull back throughout the lower back. Rounding and do some back. Here we go. Yeah, take a moment, and then we turn, and I would like to get us onto our heels, onto the side. So here you are. Now we want to actually get an easy kind of a bounce into the side. And here you can do 1, 2, 3, 4. Last one. Get yourself up and then move that leg in front. And a nice kind of a stretch into the abdominal network. Here you go. And you bring yourself back You sit back, you bounce, and you bounce, and you really want to bounce upon your heel to just bounce yourself up, front. Nice kind of lifting your sternum, and just the arm can reach out, and you reach back. We do one more, and you bounce, bounce, bounce the heel, two more, and upwards. Bring yourself up, bring that leg in front, and your sternum towards the ceiling, and the arm can reach into different kinds of positions. Get yourself back into and onto all fours. So, here we go. We bring that leg back. And you elongate it. And you just have that nice, easy stringiness from your Achilles tendon, plantar fascia, backside of your leg, and then you start the knee lifting. Both legs back. Here we go. Into the plank position. Wide step and walk on your hands. Stay really stable and do two more. Okay, here we go. Get ourselves backwards and from there into the other side. So you want to just turn around and bring yourself into that side position. Here we go. Here you are. And then we bounce the side here. Whoop. Back. Soak. Do one more. And then upwards. And nice kind of lifting. Nice kind of spreading. Bring the front leg really into the front. Open the whole abdominal network. Chain, and you really want to lift and enjoy the spreading. And you can bring the arm backwards and change the vectors a little bit. And then you bring your leg back and the position back. And we do bounce, bounce. Yep. Front. And a nice spread here. You. And play with different kinds of position. Lift the pelvis, lift the sternum. Move backwards. Last one to go. 1, 2, 3. 5 up and move up, move in front. Here you go. Enjoy that abdominal network and find different kinds of vectors in the move. Here you go. You get backwards onto both legs. And then we start with this easy stretches onto the into that seat position. So you want to make sure that your sitting bones are really nicely connected into the ground. So make yourself just touching the sitting bone for a moment and with your fingers grab it, literally grab it and just pull it a little bit backwards. Yeah, especially the one with the leg just being in front. Here you are, great. Okay, Perfect. And then we just walk ourselves a little bit onto the side, and you push yourself backwards so that the second sitting bone is as well reaching into the ground. Here we are. And then turn up onto the other side. Walk yourself out. You're spreading and opening. And then we do a very nice kind of side stretch here. And you bring yourself backwards. Walk a little bit further. Both sitting bones reaching into the ground. And you're reaching up. And a nice side bend. And now, we just really open up. The sitting bones are reaching into the ground. Your hands are really spreading into the space. And then you just take a nice kind of a lumbar-dorsal connection throughout, engaging those tissues around your sacral area. And then you just take a nice turn. Here backwards. And just a nice reach. So one more time. Find your position, and even if your hands and your arms are open, you just really want to reach. The sitting bones are dropping down into the ground. And that nice kind of diagonal reach into and onto the spreading of your lumbar-dorsal tissues. And now, you engage the frontal pelvic floor. You narrow a little bit the space in front of your sitting bones, behind your pubic bone. If it's helpful for you, you might just use an image. And the image could be that you have a ball of wool, and it's located behind your pubic bone, and you just gently squeeze it. And you do it while you do the nice kind of a reach, and just that move upon and onto the other side. That spreads the tissues in your back even further. Just give it a try one more time. Here you go. Now sit back up. Spread and straighten this leg out. And then you just want to maybe stroke a couple of times. You bring it upwards, you push yourself into this position up. Here we are. Wait a moment. Here we are. Yeah, here we are. So I'm actually really nice and gently have a nice and gentle kind of an adductor stretch, and then you can just gently bounce it as well. And you get back. And you bounce, you move back and you bounce. Easy. Okay, last one to go. And then you just shift the weight upon your hand and that leg lifts up. Here you go. You bring that leg backwards and you can have your hand rest upon your sternum, sacrum. And you do 1, 2, 3, 4, half, front, back, front, back. You do one more. You come back, you come up. Yeah, very nice and gentle. Yep. And then you bring yourself backwards. You sit back and you shift the position. Here we go. Good. So, other side, same procedure. So here, yeah, you also take your sitting bone off the leg, which is just in front, and you just really take it into your fingers and you pull it backwards. So you have a very nice kind of an opening of the area, which is also the sacroiliac ligament, upon your sitting bone, and that connects into the lumbodorsal fascial tissues. So it's really nice to do that. So then you just walk yourself out, and you do that very, very pleasant side bend, and both sitting bones are reaching, dropping downwards, and you are reaching upwards. You just change side. Here. And now, with the reaching of this hand and arm, you just find your way down upon the ground, but you want to reach and stretch. And then engage the frontal pelvic floor. You just gently squeeze the ball of wool in the front pelvic floor. And just give it a try one more time. Sitting bones reaching. You spreading. You want to engage the dorsal fascial tissues in your lower back. Yeah, around your sacral area. And from there you do that nice kind of turn, and you definitely squeeze a little bit that anterior part of your pelvic floor. Please do it one more time. Here we go. Here we go. Here you are. You just turn one more time. Perfect. Then you straighten this other leg, and you can also just stroke it a little bit, just really nice. And you push the heel outwards, and you pull your toes. And then we shift the position. So here, yep. And you place the foot in connection to your knee, and then you very gently wanna do easy actively loaded stretches into your adductors. So make sure then the knee is definitely in the same line. Yeah. Get back. Get up. And up. And then you come back down. Here you go. And you lift that leg up. We wanna do that kind of easy bouncing, but definitely with a preparatory counter movement into the back. You place the hand upon your sacral area, and you do one more time. Yep. Just do it one last time, and get back into the adductor chain here. Yeah, find your own easy, gentle, nice stretch. And then you bring yourself back down here. On all, sit back. Yeah, here you go. And then you just change the position one more time into getting seated. I would love to just play a little bit with an auto-rotation, which is very nice for that functional, fascial functional chain from the upright internus into the deep tissues of the pelvic floor. So, then we'll bring your hands back, and you lift the lower legs a little bit, and make sure you also engage a little bit the deep abdominals at the same time. And then you bring the feet, and you really bring them outside, so you have a little bit of a button onto your heel, here, inside of your heel. Then you bring the legs down, and yourself, you're coming up onto the frontal part of the sitting bones, and your chest is reaching into the skies. So, and then you actually touching, and the lower leg is just really spiraling inwardly. And then the knees are sucking together, the inner thigh is sucking together, the suction reaches behind your pubic bone. Yeah. And then from there, lift your leg again. Yeah, engage your lower abdominals and bring yourself up here, here, move backwards, just shifting a little bit my position so maybe you can see that a little bit better, and then you turn and outwards, you bring yourself on the front part of your sitting bones, you lift your sternum happily towards the ceiling. You push that button between your heels the whole time, moving in front, and then you shift. It's called the lobster legs, and you do that nice kind of suction from the inner thighs into your frontal pelvic floor. You move upwards, here up, yeah. Bring yourself backwards. Open into that position one more time, and push yourself upon the frontal part of your sitting bones, and from there push in front. Now you can open even a little wider, and then you turn the position here backwards, and you inner rotate, and it's a very nice kind of a section of the inner thigh. So we do that one more last time. You come up, you push up, you get yourself into the starting position, you open the sternum, you find your frontal part of the sitting bones, you slide in front, and you open even a little bit wider. You turn inwardly, and the toes touching. You coming backwards, you coming up, you bring yourself up here. And then you can just find a seated position, whether onto your mat, or if you like to, onto your cushion. Just make yourself really comfortable. And I wonder if you feel your hip joints really being quite nicely open and soft, if the seating position is really pleasant at the moment. So find your seat. And from there I will just finish up with a very gentle breath, which helps or supports the melting and the softening of the jaw, the mouth, the tongue. As we know that the jaw and the mouth and the tongue have such an impact and influence upon the soft tissues of the pelvic floor. So if your teeth are clenched, it's very hard to actually get the pelvic floor released. And as we know, it's important to be able to engage the pelvic floor actively, muscles and as well fascial tissues. But as well, this is really important to have some regeneration time and also really a meltdown and a softening. So the breath, which I want to just add in at that part, is an ah breath. So it is a soft rocking of your jaw, and I'm saying a little sound which is like are you really surprised? And say, and then you just sink back. Say, and you sink back. So the idea is actually that you very softly let the jaw drop, that you very softly open the eyes, and that kind of spread is really reaching into the occipital area as well, and into the back part of the root of your mouth. Okay, so that's the first part. And I would like to see it a little bit as if your head would just really dance on the tip of a fountain. So when you do that nice kind of spreading in sound and breath sound, really also allow that head to just being a little bit lifted on the tip of that fountain. So we give it a try, a couple of breath sounds, and then we add in the second piece. It's like, sink back. And in the sinking, you allow the inhalation to just happen. And then sink back. And now we add in the pelvic floor. So the root and the source of that fountain is actually in the pelvic floor. So behind your pubic bone, in front of your coccyx, and also limited throughout your sitting bones in that soft tissues is actually the fountain of that movement. So whenever you just open the breath sound throughout the mouth, please make sure you also really just spread a little bit into the ground. So it's actually a little bit like a move like that. It's like, sink back. Inhalation happens by itself. So give it a try, just follow up a couple of times, and then we just return to just an open attention state. From the source of your fountain in the soft pelvic floor tissues to the softness of your mouth. Two more. And then just let yourself rest and settle. Let the tongue really settle in the root of your mouth, really, really melting down. Sense and feel and taste the wetness of your tongue and mouth. And also just allow the softening to happen. The softening which is happening maybe in the jaw, behind your eyes, in the root of your mouth and in your throat. Maybe it just really, really travels down through this wet body into the wetness and the softness of your pelvic floor tissues. And just allow that to happen. It's like a softening, a gentle melting into the pelvic floor as well. So it's like in your mouth, tongue, throat. You allow the melting and the softening and invite it, as well as in the soft tissues of your pelvic floor. Just as long as you want to enjoy that kind of melting, softening, rehydration, regeneration, enjoy that. Thank you for joining me this time, and hope to see you in person at another time. Enjoy the follow-up of that meeting and have a very inspiring, fascinating time.
Pleasure to have you, Anatomical Pilat, here to enrich our summit with your presentation. I'm very happy because I got to respect you since at least a decade. I think Leon Chetov introduced me to you many years ago, and you have been teaching myofascial work pretty much on all continents of this planet, except maybe Antarctica, but you can correct me. I know you are the leader of a very potent myofascial massage manual therapy school in Madrid, where you also host very international events. And you are doing dissections, particularly with non-embalmed cadavers. And I'm very much looking forward to your upcoming book or series of book with Handspring Publishing. And when I saw your last presentation, I said, we need to have you, and I'm very happy that we can introduce and listen to your presentation now. Welcome, Anatomical.
Thank you very much, Robert. The pleasure is mine. It's so interesting to meet you in this way, not only in person, so we can take the presence in the auditorium of all over the world. So it's exciting. Yes, I think that my subject, looking to the interoception load and interoception answers from the body during the treatment, myofascial treatment, very interesting. And I think that the basis of that is the anatomy. If you want to talk about any subject from the body related to the movement, the basic is the anatomy. But the anatomy, the typical anatomy, it's not so clear in relation to the fascia. Because if you cut something, it's absolutely different when you put it inside the body. So my experience from the dissection on embalmed cadaver changed my mind, absolutely. So I think that we need to introduce first the anatomy and also biomechanics of fascia, and next we can speak about this fascinating subject as the interoception road. Yes, Robert, in the last years, the research in the whole health science related to the interoception is very popular. So while we are speaking, we are talking about the fascia in relation to the interoception. First of all, I would like to define fascia. I know that there are a lot of very good definitions related, very complete definitions related to the fascial tissue. This is the short proposal, how to define the fascia. The fascia is the omnipresent, highly hydrated, richly innervated, vascularized, and contractile capacity network, a prodigious, complex biological system that facilitates communication, interaction, adaptation, and protection. We are looking to the dissection of the dissection I would like to present you. They are from the fresh cadaver, no embalmed cadavers, no frozen cadavers. This is the posterior aspect of the leg. This is the gastrocnemial muscle, the other one from the other side. This is the soleus. Please observe the collagen structures. The collagen structures is present as the tissue that links all the subjects, all the structures together. Observe different density of its fibers, observe also different directions and different levels. So why I'm speaking about the biological system, complex biological system? Why I define fascia as the complex biological system? Some items related to this subject. The fascial system provides a mechanoreceptive information. It's very important for us. The relationships between its components are more significant than the singular components themselves with their individual properties. The systemic properties are destroyed when the system is divided into isolated elements. Therefore, the complex systems are not fragmentable. So, how can we search for the fascial behavior? This is not the easy question. When looking to the body movement, please observe this nice dancer and the complexity of the movement of their arm, her hand, her head, her eyes. How can I analyze this movement? Of course, I can point my analysis to this kind of movement. The question is why this is the flexion of the forearm. The answer is it's happened because the bicep brachii action. But if I'm looking for the same movement in the cadaveric study, observe this continuity of the fascia from the brachial fascia to the antebrachial fascia. Omitted absolutely the connection to the bone, directly to the bone. So I have the principal part of the movement, the tendon and the bone, but I have also the other part of the movement, fascia to fascia, omitted, again, the connection, direct connection to the bone. And when I look into this movement, it's also important, this part of tissue, the cells, the movement of each one of the cell, the movement inside the cell, and the movement between the cells. And of course, it's very important, the activity inside our nervous system, particularly the central nervous system, the brain, that all are movement. So when I'm focusing to the fascial movement, in my mind, I have these four pictures. How does fascia participate in body movement? What kind of research do we have to respond to this question? First of all, the short definition of movement. Movement involves metabolic changes, structural increases, morphofunctional changes, maturation, physical dimensions, motor, cognitive, psychological, affective, and social activity. This is very, very wide observation, and I would like to ask if really this definition fit the fascia structure. This one said, I would like to take the cup of coffee. I need to mobilize 32 muscles in the perfect sequence and perfect coordination. And this movement is related to the exteroceptive resources with proprioceptive resources and also interoceptive resources. So I would like to look to these three subjects along this presentation. This again, the fascia from the anterior aspect of the thigh. Observe again the different levels of collagen structures, infiltrated, but the fatty structures also. And I would like to speak about the anatomy biomechanics included in this subject: fascial continuity, gliding and sliding processes, myofascial force transmission. and fascia, the system, sensory system, mechanotransduction, nociception, proprioception, and the interoception. Let's start with anatomy and biomechanics. This is the dissection from the embalmed cadaver. Please observe the first level of the structure, the skin. We put it away. This is the superficial fascia. Again, observe that this is the continuous structure between the dorsal and lumbar part. There is any interruption, is the one structure, complete structure, continuous structure. This is the deep fascia. I put it away. Observe, I go to separate it from the body, and there are the muscle fascia, epimysial fascia, paneurotic fascia. So we're looking for this subject, the continuity of the fascial structure. I have the other question. What happened with the movement from the superficial part? This is the skin, this is the back, this is the central line of the body, the spinous process line. This is the skin, this is the superficial fascia, and this is the deep fascia. When I move with my fingers, the skin, the movement is complete between the skin and the superficial fascia over the deep fascia. Is this kind of movement important for the whole body movement, for example, for the muscle contraction, or for example, to the joint activity? This is the question. Is the skin movement along with the superficial fascia relevant to muscle and joint dynamics? This is the newest research about this subject. First of all, just take from 2016, they observed that muscle shear models significantly decreased by 50%, it's a very high number, after removal of skin, whereas no additional changes in shear models were observed after subsequent removal of the epimysium. So the conclusion from this study is that the skin is a main contributor for maintaining the muscle mechanical properties among tissues covering the skeletal muscles. They're using the ultrasound and sonorastography to obtain this result. Next study, newest study from 2018, a fascial post-traumatic adhesion model. The imbalance in fascial gliding may promote the release of algetic substances, inducing pain, immobility, and arthrogryposis, so changes in many joints in the body, not because of pathology of the one of the joints. Generally, a lot of joints that are included in this process. This is again ultrasound observation. This is the control group, and this is the model of the experimental group, and observe the excessive slack of fascia in this part of trauma. The trauma was the incision. And this is the newest research from Wilke from 2020. Very interesting subjects, mechanical interaction between the superficial fascia and the skeletal muscle. The researchers conclude that local alteration of the mechanical tissue properties may modify flexibility in neighboring superior or inferior joints. And this is the model of them. This is the skin, superficial fascia, deep fascia, the muscles level, muscles contraction, produce changes in the superficial fascia, this level, and probably also involve the skin level in this process. So we have some research about this problem. We were not absolutely clear if the changes in the superficial fascia involves the movement in the joints, but probably with this information we can take the hypothesis that this is possible. This is the transverse section of the thigh. Observe here a lot of fat. This is the internal part of the thigh, the femur, the femoral artery, and this is the sciatic nerve embedded inside the fascia. I'm going to show you the close-up of this part again. This is the femur, this is the artery, this is the nerve. And look to the movement. When I move the artery, this also is present, the movement of the muscles. If I move the muscles, the artery moves. And this is the sciatic nerve. observe the excellent protection from the fatty tissue to the nerve. But if I move the tissue, fatty tissue, also I can observe the movement of the nerve. So the conclusion should be that this is impossible to obtain the separate movement of any structures. All the structures in one or other way move together. So I think that it was clear from the anatomy presentation that we are looking to the gliding and sliding process. Two definitions: gliding to move softly, smoothly, and forcefully, and sliding to move on a low friction surface. If you are looking to the anatomy again, this is the dissection in the anterior part of the thigh from the very fat person cadaver. This is the skin, this is the superficial fascia, this is the deep fascia level. Observe that we have here two kinds of fat, the nodules with as the honeycomb structure, and the very plain nodules. And observe the movement. Observe the continuity of the fascia from the skin, superficial fascia, and to the deep fascia, and observe this gliding movement that occurs not between the skin and the superficial level of the superficial fascia, but in the deep level. Because of that, we have these plain nodules of fat. And also, it's interesting to observe that this is present, the inside movement between the fatty nodules. Observe again, this is the movement of my hand, of my finger, movement of the skin with the superficial fascia, and observe this movement inside the fatty structures. And this is the anterolateral aspect of the leg. This is the deep fascia, the collagenous structures. Again, I'm moving it in the direction up and down, right to the left, and observe that they are not linear response. So the movement all the time is in the whole directions. And this is the pectoral muscle, pectoral major muscle. This is the anterior part of the shoulder. This is the skin, the superficial fascia. This is epimysial fascia of the pectoral major muscle. And observe the movement. With the traction of the skin and superficial fascia, observe this continuity of the fascial structure inside the muscle structure. So we're looking again to the anatomy and the biomechanics. We need to focus to myofascial force transmission. Again, the movement of the forearm, the flexion, because of the contraction of biceps brachii muscle, and this is the model we have in our head. But again, observe this presentation of the dissection. It's the very fresh cadaver, no frozen cadaver. Observe my fingers, stimulate the bicep brachii muscle, and observe this traction, this continuity of the fascial structure from arm to the forearm. And the importance of the direction of the fibers from the fascia on the forearm. Observe this continuity. You observe the alienation in the straight line and the end of the movement in the 90% of flexion in the elbow. Maybe because of that, the best force from the biceps brachii we can obtain in 90% of the flexion in the elbow. We are looking to the deep fascia. This is the ventral aspect of the forearm. This is the carpal tunnel, the transverse ligament. I'm moving the fingers of the cadaver. Observe the movement of the tendon and muscles belly. They slide very slowly between them. In the anatomy language, this is called clean dissection. So the fascia is absent. We have very good observation to the muscle, to the nerve, to the ligament, and other structures. But look, this same part of the body with the fascia, where the fascia is present. Observe the lateral movement with the tendon and the relation between the tendons, belly, muscle belly, that are connected laterally by the fascial structures. This fascial structures is extramuscular fascia, and in the anatomy language, this is called dirty dissection. So the dirty means that the fascia is present. So the question is it possible to perform an active and isolated contraction of a single muscle? This is very new research. This is the date, November 5 from this year, about myofascial force transmission. And one of the conclusions of the authors, of the researchers, is that forthcoming studies on the myofascial force transmission may give answers and solutions to many of the human musculoskeletal mysteries or dysfunction. Anyway, the researchers also said that it's important to take more very high quality studies in this subject to confirm this observation. This is our research from Tupimec Research Group. This is the flexor carpi ulnaris muscle, cubital nerve, and flexor digitorum profundus. The person is actively moving flexion extension of the fingers, and observe that all these three structures move absolutely together. So the movement is not separated one from other, that move in common movement. So if we going to do any movement in any joint, flexion extension, please take in your mind this kind of response. The fascial tissue participate passively in body movement. I think that this is maybe the correct conclusion after this short anatomy presentation. But I think that we have some more information about that. First of all, presence of intra and extramuscular fascial continuity. Presence of the parallel epimysial pathway in the lateral transmission of force. This tissue, this extramuscular tissue between muscles belly, or between tendon and belly of the muscle. Muscles are laterally connected to adjacent structures such as blood, vessels, and or peripheral nerves. And finally, neurovascular tract envelopes and reinforces the root of the blood vessels and is a strong candidate to form an important route of force transmission. So this is the macrostructures, but follow this observation. This is the macrostructures. I'm doing the close-up of these structures. Observe this continuity, very thin structures of the fascia in the deeper level. We digitalize this fascia, and we go deeper and deeper up to the molecular level. So if I want to see what is happened with the fascia and test the participation of the fascia in the movement, it's very important to take this question. Is fascial tissue just a passive carrier of movement? I think that we need wider vision to the fascial activity. First of all, fascia is part of the hemostatic nervous system. What does it mean? Sensory modalities of touch, temperature sensitivity, and also the pain. And due to its omnipresence and its innervation, fascia is the first order sensory station and the origin on reflexes that modify the physiology of other functional systems. And this is the very difficult subject to confirm this observation. I would like to try to do it. So we need to speak about the fascia as the sensory system, mechanotransduction, nociception, proprioception, and also finally the interoception. Mechanotransduction. I would like to show you some observation about the biomechanics of the fascia in the fresh cadaver. This is the posterior aspect of the thorax. This is the middle line of the back. This is the scapula, the inferior angle of the scapula. The skin was removed, only the skin was removed, and this is the superficial fascia. Observe this gliding process that happened between the scapula and the deeper structures. And when I moved passively, of course, the inferior angle of the angle of the scapula, observe that all the structure move together with the movement of the scapula. The scapula is floating inside this structure, inside the superficial fascia. I remove the superficial fascia. This is again the inferior angle of the scapula. This is the spine of the scapula. This is trapezius muscle. This is the teres medial, teres major muscle. And observe this part. Observe what happened between the trapezius and the infraspinatus fossa. Observe this sliding movement. And the question is, if this movement is not present, what happened with the scapula? What happened with the whole superior extremity movements, even with the movement inside the hand, the movement of my fingers. I removed the trapezius muscles, also latissimus dorsi is absent. So this is again, the inferior angle of the scapula, scapular spine, the supraspinatus muscles, infraspinatus fossa, teres major, teres minor, this is the rhomboid muscle. So observe this movement, again, the gliding process. And this gliding process depends of the structures that are between two structures, between two muscles, between the muscles and the bone, for example. So we need to speak about the extracellular matrix, about the fibers, about the cells, and of course, first of all, the matrix. Here is the back, here is the dorsal part, here is the lumbar part, this is the pelvis, this is the level of the iliac crest, this is the superficial fascia that previously was dissected from the spine, and this is the deep fascia. This is the approximation of this part of the deep fascia. Observe that this is viscoelastic structure, and if I go deeper, this is the structure with very good hydration, a lot of fatty nodules, and other structure inside. What are these other structures? This is the animation, this is the macroscopic level. Observe, this is the matrix. Of course, fibers, elastin, collagen, vessels, also a lot of cells, fibroblasts, macrophages, also the fatty cells, adipocytes. And we are looking deeper. There are the free nerves endings. They reach the membrane of the cells and penetrate the cell's nucleus up to the DNA structures. So when I touch the patient body, I touch all this matrix, extracellular matrix, intracellular matrix, and intranuclear matrix. So what the research taught about discontinuity of the matrix inside the body. Again, this is the preprint of the very interesting research about the interstitial spaces, so the matrix, interstitial spaces and the colon and the mesenteric fascia. The researchers concluded that observe discontinuity. This is the mucosa, this is the mesenteric fascia, and observe this continuity of the interstitial space. And there are the conclusion from the researchers. The continuity of interstitial spaces within the cross organ boundaries, including with the perineurium, the vascular adventitia, traversing organs, and the spaces between them. They are present inside and outside the organ. Presence of the body-wide network on fluid-filled interstitial spaces with significant implication for molecular signaling, cell trafficking, and for the spread of malignment and infectious disease. So I think that's very important information for us. We are looking for the very big picture of a long list of diseases in the body. So it was the extracellular matrix, go to the fibers. It's very interesting that the research in the present days related to the fibers is related to the physics on the physicist. And also engineering. This is very interesting research from 2019 when the researchers told us that the fascia, when subject to deformation, has the extraordinary ability to drastically change from smooth and elastic movement to a maximum resistant according to the intensity of the impulse received. This ability is crucial for biological function. When tissue is elastic, cells can move. At the same time, the tissue protecting the cells must be not break, and therefore becomes more rigid when the deformation is excessive. So, presenting this kind of observation, I think this is very real question. What ensures the optimal adaptability of the system? And the answer is the elasticity and the internal stress generated by hyaluronic acid are crucial in this task, significantly changing the mechanical response to the composite network of the fascial system. This is the picture, this is the collagen, and this is the hyaluronic acid, and this is the final observation. The collagen network, blue line, and the hyaluronic acid chains, red line, are entangled. As a result, forces in the hyaluronic acid can act on the collagen fibers or works together. Collagen, of course, the most important fibers from the fascial tissue, the collagen molecule cell assembled hierarchically in fibrous networks that harden with the increased stress. Through the cross-linking, the collagen assembles the continuous and dynamic dispersed network. What does it mean? Dispersed network is the network of networks. It's very important definition from the informatic, in which the number of insertions of each fibers, insertions and means cross-linkings, of each fibers plays an important role. Optimal configuration are between 3 or 4 cross-links of each fiber per insertion. If it's small, the tissue will be very hard, with the very small possibility to move. There are different presentation of the collagen from the study. Human cartilage, observe this is the cow skin, and this is the mouse tail. Depends of the movement of the what kind of movement, of the liberty of movement is necessary. Observe how the structure of the cross-linking change. And the greater number of cross-links made the collagen network less elastic, thus stimulating the development of the rigidity. So we are looking to the matrix, the fibers inside the matrix, but remember there are also a lot of cells. Which cells? Fibroblasts, tenocytes, fasciacytes, and astrocytes. All these cells generate, transmit, receive, and respond to the mechanical stimuli. Because of that, it is very interesting for us. There's a lot of research about the fibroblast and the mechanics of fibroblast. There are just a few examples of this research. I would like to show you just the most important points from this research. Robert's felicitation for this research is absolutely excellent from 2019. Fibroblasts can dynamically influence connective tissue tension by rapidly remodeling its cytoskeleton. Tension of myofascial tissue is actively regulated by myofibroblasts with the potential to impact active musculoskeletal dynamics. The human lumbar fascia can change its stiffness over a period of time from minutes to hours and thus possibly affect motor neural coordination. One example, scar formation. I have the wound. The wound is about, or because the mechanical sepus, I cut with the knife, for example. There are changes in the tissue tension because of the wound, and because of the changes in mechanical with the tension of the tissue, there is a release of the transforming growth factor beta-1, TGF-beta-1. This is the wound. Observe that there are the myofibroblasts, and this is the action. This is the contraction from the myofibroblast and scar formation. So the myofibroblast can obtain the contractile capacity. And this is the question about if the contraction inside the fascial structure is possible or not possible. So because of the mechanical stimulus, it means mechanotransduction. So the mechanotransduction, mechanical inputs can generate chemical response. The fibroblast can change its morphology and action and function and go to the myofibroblast. This is intrinsic dynamic inside the cells and produce the increase in collagen production, creation of the tensional lines, and reorganization of extracellular matrix. I mean, its stiffness. So the changes in the fascial dynamics, changes in the fascial quality of movement. The second group of cells, the telocytes, there are cells with a very small oval body from which emerge a long and very fine extensions called telopods. This is the newest research, probably from 2012. There are a lot of excellent information about this subject. Just one important information. This will be the picture of telocyte. This is there are telepod that can communicate one telocyte with other telocyte. So I mean, it means that it's possible the homocellular communication and action, but also it's possible the heterosexual communication. Sorry, heterocellular communication. So the telocyte can communicate with mast cells, with macrophage, with basophil, eosinophilia, neutrophil, T cell, B cell, and for the other side, not only with the inflammatory cells, but also with all kinds of tissue cells, as fibroblast, neuron, epithelial cell, endothelial cell, and muscle cell. And this kind of tissue also take the capacity of the movement. So telocyte could function as extensive intercellular information and transmission system, functional coordination between different cell types to modulate homeostasis, stem cell activities, and other function in many other organs. And again, the new kind of cells is the kind of fasciacytes is from the Stecco family and company in research. And there is a cell that cells involve the hyaluronic acid production, essential for the fascial gliding movement. Hyaluron deficiency causes changes in the viscoelasticity of fascial tissue and modifies the activation, it means irritation, of the interstitial receptors. This is again the matrix, the deep matrix, and pathophysiological changes in fascial tissue may alter innervation patterns, increasing the nociceptors density, and fasciacytes in this way could be involved in the myofascial pain. It's so important information. So we talked about mechanotransduction, and this is the obligation now, focus to the nociception. Again, very short information. We have no time for the biggest discussion about these items. Nociception and the fascial system. The central nervous system and autonomous nervous system receive most of the mechanosensitive information from the body's connective tissues, influencing the proprioception, nociception, and the interoception. Is really possible this kind of the activity? Again, there are a lot of information, very nice information, very serious information about this subject, about the free sensory nerve endings. They are present in the superficial level, the subdermis level, and also the deep level and the endomysium of the muscle. But the general information about this subject respond to the mechanical stress. Because of that, I have a lot of interest in relation to the movement. Therapeutic movement and any movement of the body. Substantial innervation through the polymodal A delta and C fibers, can trigger a response of diffuse and difficult to locate pain, dispersed pain, greater density of sympathetic nerve fibers, most of them accompanying the route of blood vessels, very important. And this is the picture from the Fonseca's research. And the direct on neurogenic origin inflammation increase the density of nociceptive fibers that may explain pain when the fascia is altered, as in the case of no specific low back pain. Direct relation between this diffuse, no specific low pain and the fascial tissue. So this is the very short resume of the fascial nociception. The nociception, the nociceptor has the ability to bidirectional signaling and thus increasing the inflammatory environment can contribute to the process of peripheral and central pain sensitization. So, because of this higher density of the fascial tissue, because of the big amount of collagen, because of the stiffness of the matrix, it is possible the release of substance P and CGRP, so the inflammatory process. The result is neurogenic pain. But it's also possible that the autosympathetic fibers react and change the activity of the blood vessels. So I can obtain, as a result, the ischemic pain and long-lasting diffuse pain. And finally, the lower secretion of the tyrosine deoxylase, which control the dopamine secretion, it's also the lower level of the secretion of the dopamine, can produce, for example, the depression. So this is the very short, very primitive, very elemental resume of the nociception, and now the proprioception. Again, very short observation. We are looking to the free nerve endings again, and to the muscle spindles. Free nerve endings. Presence of the mechanoreceptor suggests active participation of the fascia in proprioception, transmission of force, and motor control also. The fascia is vital for the proper functioning of the proprioceptive system. And the proprioceptive role of the fascial network means that it can up-to-date the nervous system in the mechanical tension to operate motor units at the appropriate time, rhythm, and the level of force. Considering that some free nerve endings can function as proprioceptors, the lack of the corpuscular proprioceptors in the fascia is not an argument against the possible proprioceptive function of the fascia. Again, we are talking about the A delta and C fibers. And this is the muscle spindles. Observe, this is neuromuscular, this is muscular fascicle, this is perimysium, this is neuromuscular spindle. And this is a very interesting study that show the changes in the perimysium that can involve the neuromuscular spindles. This is the histological view of the transverse section from the muscle, from the healthy muscle. This is the perimysium. Observe this the space of the perimysium, and this is the perimysium in the spastic muscle. In the observation from the researchers is the increased thickness of the perimysium in the transverse section of the fascicles within the spastic muscle. Imagine other changes, for example, with the low mobility and the changes in the perimysium and the result in the capacity of the correct movement. And at the end, the most important discussion from this conference, the interoception. this is the picture of the neural code, and this is the observation. In order to successfully navigate the world, we must constantly shape and reshape motor outputs to best reflect the demands of the environment. Remember the picture to take the cup of coffee. When environmental demands suddenly change, the reshaping of motor outputs to adaptively meet the new constraints of the environment requires dynamic, sub-second, so quick, yes, changes in the action plan. So in order to understand this process, we need to speak about interoception. Previous concept, particularly from the osteopathic field, related the interoception to visceral sensation. Anyway, the neuroscience tell us in the present time that the interoception should be defined as the feeling of the physiological condition of the whole body, not just from the visceral sensation, but the sensation from all items inside our body. This is the very interesting research from Craig from 203. How do you feel? And this is the definition of the interoception from this point of view. As humans, we perceive and feel our bodies, relating to our state of well-being, our energy and stress levels, our mood and disposition. Research has identified an afferent system in primates and humans, of course, that represents all physiological aspects of the physical body. This system constitutes a representation of the material self and could provide a foundation for subjective feelings, emotion, and self-awareness. Interoceptive awareness provides a measure of sympathetic and parasympathetic activity, as well as a potential marker for deficit in self-regulation. And again, we are speaking about our receptors, the free nerve endings, C fibers and delta fibers. So, small diameter fibers carry the homeostatic afferents of all body tissues. Muscle contraction, temperature, nociception, hunger, thirst, mechanical stress, light touch, immune and endocrine changes use these fibers to communicate their activity. Microtrauma and the resulting repetitive irritation of free nerve endings could create a response continuous alert. Tissue deformation as a result of injury, hypomobility, or excessive load can shape the proprioceptive response and through it increase the response alertness. And finally, it's projected to the insular cortex instead of the primary somatosensory cortex. This is new in this definition, which is the projection of proprioceptive sensation. And this is the model, spino-thalamo-cortical interoceptive pathway. A delta and C afferent neurons related to the interoception and pain, afferent homeostatic system, we call it like this. So, transmit the information via lamina 1 in dorsal horn of spinal cord directly, via lateral spinothalamic tract. This is direct projection again. It's a new phylogenetic acquisition exclusive, remember, for primates, humans, and go to the insular cortex, involving interoceptive representation, subjective feeling, emotional awareness, von economo neurons, social interaction, intuition, emotional processing, affection, movement awareness, and also, the second part, to the anterior cingulate cortex, brain interoception center, executive motion, empathy, impulse control, emotion, limbic system communication, decision-making, movement, planification, and execution. So this is the new in the research in this day, this path of the transmission of the different mechanical impulses to the brain. So this is the final part of my presentation. There are conclusions. Interoception plays an important role in the perception, anticipation, and generation of pain. The alteration of the interoceptive conscience is related clinically with the severity in the chronic pain. Tissue microtrauma, inflammation, and fibrosis can not only change the biomechanics of soft tissue, increasing their rigidity, but can also profoundly alter the sensory input derived from the affected tissues. Finally, continuous activation of nociceptors can worsen fibrosis and inflammation, further causing tissue stiffness and consequent movement impairment. So, the dysfunction process interrelation involves matrix dysfunction, maybe because of scar, the resulting hypertrophy, maybe the immunodepression process, diminished essential immune function, migration of T lymphocytes within the inflamed tissue, its proliferation, differentiation, and polarization, of course also a acidification process, so the highest pI of the tissue, hypomobility, immobilization, as a result, release of neuronal action potential, decrease of excitation threshold, and of course aging. Adaptive plastic changes in cortical structure, and finally kinesiophobia, interoception load. So, and this is dysfunctional motor pattern. This is the loop. Each of these items can alimentate the other one. So this interoceptive load is inside of these all items presented here. So what is the movement? What the movement depends on? Exteroception is the primary senses. For example, sound, light, discriminatory touch, percept, and inferences. And also, finally, sensory prediction and adjustment. The second part, proprioception, sense of movement. Example, body position in space, motion, progress of motion, and finally, the kinetic and proprioceptive prediction, adjustment, and the interoception, internal senses, physiological condition of the body, emotion, sense of self, autonomic response, interoceptive prediction, adjustment. Altogether is our movement. So the interoceptive load is related with myofascial dysfunction. Interoceptive load is irritation of A delta and C fibers accumulated in time and space, creating an hedonic perception of pain, remodeling of the body image in the brain, and finally, again, the retroalimentation from all these structures is the price that our body pays for being forced to adapt to adverse situation, which must be turned off after the stressful situation is over. So, in the therapeutic process, what we are looking with the fascial approaches, how to understand fascia, what are our goals, what therapeutic model do we use? I think that it could be the final conclusion, considering the discussed research, the myofascial approach, although it uses the mechanical impulse rather than looking to fix the body mechanically, creates the opportunity to communicate with the person, between the clinician, practitioner, and person, in all its dimensions, physical, cerebral, mental, and of course emotional, thus facilitating the resources for the healing process by the patient himself. And one picture, we are looking for the changes of the body image, and the therapeutic touch can improve the patient's body perception by promoting the reorganization of the body's mental representation, especially for those body regions, as the back, hidden from the vision, such as the patient's spine. So, I represent this organization, is TOPIMEC, Escuela de Terapias Myofasciales, this myofascial therapy school in the Madrid, Spain. This is the team of the teacher from the TOPIMEC. We are teaching myofascial induction therapy in very a lot of kind of country. We collaborate with 35 different organizations. There are 20 teachers in my school, and our modality, we are called it myofascial induction, and this is the very short sample of different procedures we are using in our work. So the last observation, all these nice pictures from the anatomy, also video from the anatomy, will be present in the new book and the beginning of the next year, Myofascial Induction Anatomical Approach from the Haptic Publishing. We will also can take some observation and information about our work with our Facebook, TupiMec, Instagram, TupiMec, our web, tupimec.com, and our channel YouTube, Escuela de Terapias Myofasciales TupiMec.
Much for this excellent presentation. I really learned a lot, and I also share your excitement for this new attention to the interoceptive quality. Among the many questions, I also see that there are many questions in the chat box, but I have one question. Is there a different touch quality in your manual work if you want to enhance more interoceptive functioning rather than proprioceptive functioning?
It's a very important but also very difficult question. So I think that we need first the question what I want to do with the patient when I touch the body, what I'm looking for. I would like to fix something, I would like to release something. I think that I have not the power to fix, also no power to release. I think that the practitioner is the something like help the patient to do his own work. So I'm looking for the some impulse to invite the patient to the changes in the body image. I think they are looking, as a practitioner, I'm looking to the changes in the body image, but also the patient who is not the passive subject during the treatment, also this the active and the most important subject in the treatment, the patient should look also to the his own body image. So this is the invitation, the touch is the invitation. And we have a lot of research in the last 2 years probably about what the very light touch, but for the long time, how can change the patient body. Changing the patient body, I'm looking to the structure, I'm looking to the myofascial system also, I'm looking to the mechanoreceptors, of course, because these are the guys when I speak to them with the touch, and I'm looking for the interpretation from the patient brain. So I think that 4 items need to work together. So depends of the patient situation, what the patient wants from this treatment, I can change the pressure. Generally, in the treatment, I start with very low kind of force, very low kind of force, with the long time to start, to the beginning of treatment. And after that, I can change to very, very hard pressure, looking for the very big force from the patient and the maximum resistance from my part. In the part when the tissue is very stiff, there's a lot of cross-linking of collagen. For example, the base of the sacrum, for example, the sternum, for example, the pubis. So there are not the very exact answer what kind of force to start, very slow, very friendly, and long time.
Mm-hmm. And the same question in relation to the topic of this summit, the movement of the client. If you give movement instructions to the client and you want to emphasize interoception rather than proprioception, are these movements slower? Are they the same movements, but they pay different attention? Or do they do anti-gravity?
Yes, again, the same situation. It's an excellent question, but so it sounds easy, but it's not easy to answer. Mm-hmm. So the first instruction to the patient is just relax.
Ah, okay.
Mm-hmm. If a patient asks me, what we go to do? Nothing, this is relaxation. Mm-hmm. When the patient feels the necessity of movement, I'm use the therapeutic dialogue. 3 words in one sentence, no more. Just relax. Do you feel movement? Yes. Relax, follow it. These are my instruction. And I follow the movement from the patient or from the tissue, from the patient. So I have the plan, the initial one, but I should to change it along the treatment.
It makes a lot of sense.
Yes, so I follow the patient body, and the touch. I told you previously. The touch I need to change during the treatment. What parameters of touch? Velocity. Maybe the movement is extremely slow, or extremely quick. A high velocity. Maybe it's very small amount of force, maybe grams, 10, 15, 20, 25, or maybe it's from me as the practitioner is the maximum force. I should to change the direction of the movement, the level, superficial, deep. So all the time I'm learning from the body, and I change my force, velocity, direction, depends on the patient response. So the myofascial treatment in this way is so interesting because it's not the routine treatment. So but it's a treatment, the creation of the new treatment. Because of that, the answer from the patient, between patients, all the time is different. It is iterative. This is exciting.
Thank you so much. And now I understand why you needed 2 volumes for the book. I'm really glad that we are getting them. I can't wait after listening to you again and seeing the preview there. And I'm also glad that we allowed you to have much more time than we anticipated, because the content is so wonderful. Thank you so much, Anatoly. So welcome, Keith Barr. It's a special privilege for us to have you here. I know you as a previous presenter at some of our international congresses and online events. If I'm correct, you are a professor at UC Davis, which is in California, and for molecular exercise physiology.
Exactly.
I'm particularly happy that we got you, because I went into great not strain, but pleasure to get you to contribute a similar chapter as you have already contributed to my colleague, David Lesendak, for this already published book, Fascia, Function and Medical Application. And since that chapter was so brilliantly well done, I got you to write a similar chapter for the revised edition of Fascia in Sports and Movement, which will also be out in a few months. And the audience, you will understand why we are so happy to have you, because this is some new information for some of us, even if you have been familiar in this field of fascia-oriented movement therapy, Pilates, yoga, fascial fitness, etc. This is new information, not only about mechanical loading, but also about nutrition. Welcome, Keith, in our
Thank you very much.
club here.
Thank you very much, Robert. So it's wonderful. It's wonderful that you asked me to be here. It's great to be a part of this event that you're putting together. And as you said, what I'm going to be talking about is nutrition and loading to improve fascial function. And it's a lot of what we're talking about here that are written down in the chapters that you discussed. So that's a nice addition, is that what we're going to be doing. If you have any questions about it along the way, if anybody has questions, they can go to the chapters, or they can ask questions of it on the day. All right, so again, my information is here. My name is Keith Barr. As Robert said, I'm at University of California, Davis, and I have a Twitter account there. Before I start, I would like to do some acknowledgements and disclosures. The first thing that's important to say is that most of the research that I'm going to talk about today that's on nutrition, I do have a couple of nutritional companies who have provided some funding. The PepsiCo is the closest to what I'll be talking about today, but nothing that I'll talk about today is really directly funded by these. Most of the funding for the work that I'm talking about today is from NIH and the Department of Veterans Affairs. All right, so when we talk about loading in the musculoskeletal system, what we're talking about is we're talking about different types of load. And really, we can cut it down to 3 types of load that we really feel throughout the musculoskeletal system. The first one is the classic one. It's tension. When a contraction of the calf muscle here pulls on the Achilles tendon, we get this pull, and that's a tensional load. And that's going to be really important for giving the cells a certain signal. But if we instead look at a connective tissue within the knee, such as the meniscus, and the cartilage within the knee, now what we've got is we've got a compressive load as those loads push down on each other. And that's going to mean that the cells within this tissue are going to respond dramatically different to the cells within the Achilles tendon. And really what we find, or what's been found by a number of researchers over the years, is that all of the cells that make up these tissues, the meniscus or the retinacula, that allow shear forces of the tendons sliding along behind them, all of these cells came from the same origin. So they're all the same, essentially the same cell type, but they become very different in what they look like as adult cells simply because of the load that's placed upon them. When we compress them, what happens is the cells change their shape and they change the matrix that they make. When we put them under a tensile load or a stretching load, what we see is that they become a different shape, a long shape along the line of force, and they produce a lot of collagen and very small proteoglycans. When we compress them, they produce very big proteoglycans, which hold lots of water. And so, especially for people interested in fascia, the third type of loading, this sliding loading or this shear load, is really important, because what the fascia does is it facilitates the sliding of materials, of tissues within the body. So the musculoskeletal tissues can slide past each other because the cells that are on the top layer of those tissues are specifically designed in such a way as to produce proteins that allow them to maintain this function. So if we now take this big picture view of what we kind of think of clinically, and we look down right down at the cellular level, the cell within that tensile loaded Achilles tendon, look at how it's long and thin, and this length of the cell is actually aligned along the line of force. So when we pull in this direction, the cell becomes long in that direction. Well, if we were to pull the same tissue in the opposite direction, the cell would change orientation and become elongated in that way. And when it does this, and when it senses this tensile load, it produces collagen 1, it produces lysyl oxidase, which is going to bind up the collagen 1 and make it stiffer. And it produces these small proteoglycans like decarin and biglycan, which are going to help form this collagen matrix, which is going to form our tendons or our tensile fascia. So the fascia that's always under a tensile load is going to have lots of collagen 1. It's going to be highly cross-linked, and it's going to have a lot of these small proteoglycans. Anything that's going to see compressive load, now look what happens to the cell. Instead of it being long and skinny, it's now short and round. And that's what we see in our cartilage. And when we see that, the cells change its shape, but it also changes the proteins it makes. And now instead of collagen 1, it makes collagen 2. And instead of small proteoglycans like decarin and bliglycan, it produces these big proteoglycans like aggrecan, which holds lots and lots of water, and hyaluronan, and all of these really important molecules for holding water within the tissue. Because now what we've got is we've got a mesh of type 2 collagen holding this water enclosed proteoglycans. So as we compress it, there's lots of water there that resists the compression. And then the last one is this shear load. When we get this sliding load that we see as tendons go along retinacula, or as two muscles slide past each other, what we see is on the surface, we get this directional compression, essentially. And so we get a combination of the two, which is a directional loading, but it's a compressive load. So the cell is a little bit aligned along the line of shear, but it's still compressed, so it's going to be a little bit rounded. So it's going to produce these large proteoglycans, and it's going to produce collagen 1 near the top of this structure. But then the important protein that it also is going to produce is this protein lubricin, which, like aggrecan and all of these other proteoglycans, so protein and sugar, there are proteins that have these huge sugar molecules, and the sugar binds tons of water. And this, in the case of our fascia, this means that now we've got a lubricated surface. And when we have two lubricated surfaces, they move really smoothly past each other. And that's our normal function. So in order to get these things to happen, we need to produce these types of forces and these types of loads within these tissues so the cells know how to respond. But we've kind of always thought that our connective tissues were really inert. They're just these elastic bands that get pulled on and they don't change, because there's beautiful data from Copenhagen that says that the central core of the Achilles tendon is the same in me right now as it was when I was 17 years old. And that's really hard to explain, because this is data from a female soccer team, and you can see that their ACL in the preseason was imaged and then highlighted in red here. And this is the same individual whose ACL is highlighted in red here at the end of an 8-month-long season of soccer. And you can see that there's already been a dramatic increase in the size of the ACL. This is not because of an injury. This is actually the same across all of the different players on the team. They all saw this increase in the size of the tissue. And that's because these tissues are highly dynamic. Maybe the core of the tissue doesn't move or change, but just like a tree grows, you put on extra rings on the outside. So just like in a tree, if you go and you see a sapling that's very, very new, you go out and you push it, it's going to flop over. It's not going to be very strong. It's not going to be very sturdy. But as it grows and as it adds rings to that outside, now it becomes stronger and stiffer and more functional. It's going to be able to resist the movements around it. Just like that, our connective tissues do the same thing. They're very dynamic tissues. So if they're very dynamic tissues, we should be able to see changes that occur if we change the types of stress that we put on it, the types of load that we put on it. And this is a paper that was really wonderful, and it's out of Professor Hayashi's laboratory, and they did a series of experiments where they tried to figure out what's the cause of scarring in a tendon or a tissue like a tensile fascia. So what they did is they took a rabbit, they took the patellar tendon of the rabbit, and what they did is they put a wire between the patella and the tibial plateau, and then they just pulled it a little bit so that the patellar tendon no longer had any load through it. All of the load went through the wire. So what happened? Even though the tendon was never injured, the number of cells within the tissue went up about 5-fold. And then what happened to the collagen molecules is that the fibril diameter went down. Now, if you think about it, what we consider to be a scar is a highly cellular area with small collagen that is not directionally oriented. And that's exactly what Hayashi produced here. So without that tensile load, we're going to produce scar. We're going to produce these areas where there's small collagen molecules that are non-directionally oriented and lots of cells. So this tensile load is absolutely essential for these cells to be able to maintain our tensile fascia or our tendons and ligaments. When we look at this compressive part of it, if we take, in this case, this is a tendon that passes through the carpal tunnel. So it goes through, and this is, again, in a rodent model, but as it goes through there, it gets compressed as it goes around some of the joints. And so as it goes through there, it's always getting compressed. What they did is on day one, they took the tendon and they moved it so it didn't get compressed by the bone. And then already within seven days, you'd had more than a 2/3 decrease in the amount of proteoglycans. So it wasn't being compressed, so the proteoglycans go away. And that's maintained just like a normal tendon in very low levels, all the way out as far as you go, out to 9 months in this case. So without that compression, you don't actually get the production of proteoglycans, these large proteoglycans. So you need that compressive force if your tendon is going to become a fibrocartilage type area where it's got to go around the tendon or a bone and it's going to be compressed constantly. The last one is again lubricin. So here what they did is they took cartilage and all they did was they applied a little roller on it so it did dynamic shear. And you can see that this is the lubricin expression, this is the unloaded ones, and these are the ones that have been dynamically loaded. And all that you can see is this is just dynamic loading, and what you see is there's a very strong edge effect, where the edge of the tissue is expressing lots and lots of this protein, or this gene in this case, and then it's making the protein. So now what happens is instead of it sticking as it goes through, it slides really naturally because you've got this lubricating material. So if we want to maintain the functionality of all of our connective tissues, of all of our different fascia as they become compressed in certain areas and they slide in different areas, or they're held under tension, we need to load them appropriately. And that means that in those areas where we need compression, the compression is fundamental. In the area where we need shear, we can facilitate that by facilitating that shear movement, and that's going to help the cells maintain their phenotype of having that lubricated ridge. Okay, so all of these different things mean that the different types of load are fundamentally essential to our different fascias or our different tissues like tendon and ligament and cartilage, because they actually are the thing that determines what type of tissue we have, what type of tissue these cells will make. So then that's generally how loading would be necessary. But then the question becomes how much loading and how frequently and all of these different things that we all ask as clinicians. And then what is it exactly that the loading is doing? So if we look at the determinants of tendon or ligament or fascial stiffness, and remember what we want is we want good stiffness for things like joints, like ligaments, because the stiffer the ligament is, the less movement there is in the joint, the less laxity in the joint, and the less likelihood of injury. And then what we want to make sure of is that if we have big tissues, they're strong, and we have to make sure that when we're doing these types of movements and other types of nutritional and other interventions, that what we're doing is we're having a positive effect on our tissues. So if we normally look, and this is where we might have started before the pandemic, you have a tissue, if you're not exercising a lot, it's not big, it's not strong, but it's there and it's doing okay. Then what happens is you get told by everybody that you need to stay inside, so what do? You stay inside and you sit on the couch a lot, or you sit at the desk and you're completely inactive. So now you've got not much collagen within those tissues, but now because you're inactive, and because when we say we're inactive, that doesn't mean that we're inactive doing this movement where you go from the dish to your mouth, so you're eating more because you're bored and you're not doing much, but you're also not moving much. So what happen is you take these collagen molecules, these gray bands here, which is going to give us the strength of our tissue, and you add these little linkages. These purple linkages are made by sugars. The blood sugar in our body actually adds extra sugar into our collagen, and it cross-links it, and it makes it stiffer. This is largely the reason why a lot of diabetics have a lot of the secondary health problems they have. All of the things from the eye to the peripheral vasculature to the skin changes that happen with diabetes is due to the cross-linking of collagen by sugar. But even if we're not diabetic, if we become inactive and we sit a lot, and we maintain our diet, what happens is you get a lot of these little sugar crosslinks. We have a small amount of collagen, lots of sugar crosslinks, so it's stiff. Now what we have is what's called a brittle tissue. And that means when we pull it really quickly, that tissue is much more likely to break. What we want to be able to do is we want to be able to increase the amount of collagen within the tissue, and that's our gray is going up. And then what we want is we want these little red crosslinks, and those are made by the enzyme lysyl oxidase. So when we exercise, I'll show you that we increase the amount of collagen we make, and we increase the activity of this enzyme lysyl oxidase. So here's the first evidence. This is from Stu Phillips' laboratory, just showing you that within 4 to 8 hours after a single bout of exercise, we've tripled the collagen production, in this case in muscle, but we'll also see it in our tendons, in our ligaments as well. So you get these tissues are highly responsive to exercise. So you can increase collagen synthesis really quickly. And then this is lysyl oxidase expression. That's that enzyme that adds the crosslink that's going to make the collagen stiffer and stronger. And you can see that in the tendon in panel A here, whether you do concentric, eccentric, or isometric exercise doesn't matter, because the tendon just feels load. It just feels the load. And so as you load it, you're going to get this stimulus that increases about 30 to 40-fold the amount of lysyl oxidase enzyme you have. And so you're adding more crosslinks in there. So that's why if we just train by doing lots of fast exercise, we're going to get stiffer, because we're increasing collagen to some degree, but we're also increasing lysyl oxidase quite dramatically. The interesting thing here in muscle in panel B is that when we do eccentric loading, you can see that you get about 3 times more lysyl oxidase mRNA than when you do shortening contractions or concentric loading. And what that means is that one of the reasons why eccentric loading can be good is because, yes, you're going to have other changes to the stiffness and the structures, but it's also going to increase the ability to produce these enzymatic crosslinks. Okay, so what this all means together is that the type of load that you put onto your connective tissue, onto your fascia, is going to determine the properties of that tissue. So if we want our fascia to work properly as a tensile fascia, we need to load it with tension. If we want it to have better shear responsiveness, we need to make sure that we're sliding those fascia past each other in order to maintain that function. The primary proteins in tendon is collagen, and the collagen provides the backbone of the tissue, but that backbone is modulated by cross-linking, either lysyl oxidase, which happens when we exercise or we do other things, or sugars when we're not doing much exercise and we're still eating quite a bit of, and we're maybe not controlling our blood sugar quite as well. And then I didn't really talk to you about this, but the water within these connective tissues means that they're viscoelastic, which means that if I load it fast, it's going to be stiff. And if I load it slowly, it's going to be less stiff. That's why we know if we walk past the yoga studio and somebody has their leg up against their chin, we know that they got there by moving it rather slowly. They didn't just pull it up there as fast as possible, because no matter how flexible you are, if you do it quickly, you're going to rupture something. Okay, so that's how the load is important. The next question is, what type of load do we want to do? And so we did a bunch of experiments that were designed to identify what the optimal loading protocol is for tendons, ligaments, and other fascial connective tissues. And what we found is that short periods of activity, as little as 10 minutes of activity, we're able to activate the cells within the tendons or ligaments maximally. So as little as 10 minutes of activity was ideal. And then what we did, and if we kept activating, if we kept exercising for 60 minutes, you can see that the activity actually goes down even though we keep exercising. So unlike our heart and skeletal muscle, which keeps adapting for hours and hours no matter how long we exercise, our connective tissues only respond to that first 10 or so minutes of exercise. The next thing that we wanted to know was if the cells are becoming refractory. So that means that if they're becoming refractory, that means that they need a little bit of a rest before they can signal again. So what we did is we stimulated them we stretched them for 10 minutes. We gave them 30 minutes of rest and then stretched them for another 10 minutes. But you can see that the signal wasn't the same. We didn't get as much signal by only resting a little bit and then exercising again. And it really took about 6 hours for that signal to come back up to the point where we got the same signal that we got at the beginning. And really 12 hours was giving us exactly the same, but 6 hours gave us really good recovery. And so what that suggested to us was that these short periods of activity with the 6 hours of rest and another short period of activity would be better than any other type of activity, even continuously exercising the tissue. You've seen these machines that after an ACL rupture, you can have to mechanically load your leg even while you're not doing anything, while you're sleeping. And the idea is that's going to be beneficial. But if we actually did, and we did this experiment where we took our little ligaments, we exercised them continuously, 24 hours a day, and yes, we saw a nice increase in the collagen content of the ligaments. But when we instead did a 10-minute exercise, 6 hours rest, 10-minute exercise, we actually saw a further doubling of collagen synthesis and collagen concentration within the ligaments. So what this tells us is that short periods of activity with long periods of rest are going to be the best way to exercise these connective tissues. And this is the same whether you're talking about connective tissue like tendon and ligament, or whether you're talking about bone. Here's a very similar experiment done by Roblin and Burr, where you can see that as few as 40 loads a day gives you maximal bone mineral density. And it takes, between exercise bouts, it took 6 to 8 hours before you reached this return where you got the maximal bone mineral density. So what these data suggest is that all of the connective tissues, our tendons, ligaments, bones, and cartilage, might do best with short periods of activity with this 6 to 8 period of rest, 8 hours of rest in between. So what we call it is the minimal effective exercise dose. And that what this means is the maximal training effect for connective tissues is seen after 5 to 10 minutes. It takes at least 6 hours to return this sensitivity. And when you do that type of loading where you do 10 minutes on, 6 hours off, you actually get a protocol that increases collagen twice as effectively as a continuous one. Okay, so what we then would suggest is that optimal loading should be done against a heavy load for 5 to 10 minutes. And then you could either, if you've got somebody who's chronically injured, they could do that 2 to 3 times a day, or you just do it for that short period of time and that's all you really need. So that's the loading component. There's another component that's potentially important for our connective tissues like our fascia. Our fascia are made up of almost 70 to 80% of collagen 1. So if they're made up of collagen 1, and collagen 1 is unique in the fact that it's made up of every third amino acid is glycine, and almost every third amino acid is proline. So glycine and proline, glycine's not an essential amino acid, proline is. And so the question is, if you provide more proline and more glycine, can tendons and ligaments actually become bigger and stronger? So this is a study by Rebecca Alcott and Luc Van Loon, where they took either collagen-based proteins up in the top here, or milk-based proteins at the bottom, the green and the blue, and they looked at glycine content in the blood after you ate either a collagen-based protein or a milk-based protein. And you can see that the milk-based proteins don't provide very much glycine, so you don't see a rise in glycine. What they do very well is improve leucine content in the blood, and that's really important if we're trying to build our muscles bigger and stronger. And they're a complete protein, which means that they have all of the amino acids, where the dietary collagen is not a complete protein. But what we found really interesting was that when we fed people either a placebo, 5 or 15 grams of gelatin, what we found is that when we took their blood and we put it onto these little engineered ligaments that we make, just by taking their blood out and putting it onto the engineered ligaments, this is their blood before they drank anything. This is their blood after they took a placebo, after they had 5 grams of gelatin or after they had 15 grams of gelatin. What you can see is the collagen content of the ligaments go up as you increase the gelatin or the hydrolyzed collagen in the dietary intervention. And so we've got a number of different studies that have shown that in humans you can increase collagen synthesis by taking gelatin or hydrolyzed collagen, and it looks like these proteins are relatively similar. So the gelatin and the hydrolyzed collagen work very similarly, but you also have to have vitamin C present because vitamin C is essential for the production of collagen. Okay, so I'm just going to highlight a bunch of different studies that have showed that eating gelatin or hydrolyzed collagen results in a dose-dependent increase in the amino acids enriched in collagen. That eating 15 to 20 grams of hydrolyzed collagen with about 50 milligrams of vitamin C increases collagen synthesis, and that vitamin C is absolutely essential to that. Everyone can digest collagen and gelatin differently. So in the whole group, one is not better than the other, but each individual person might have a preference. Eating hydrolyzed collagen before training improves performance. We've got a paper that's under review right now that shows that simply by taking a dietary collagen, actually increase the performance benefits of exercise. And then what I've shown, there are a number of different papers out that shows that collagen consumption can improve musculoskeletal resilience and performance. So I'm going to finish off with a case study, and this is a tendinopathy from an international discus thrower. So this is a discus thrower who was a national level to international level discus thrower, but he had stopped being able to train because he had so much patellar tendinopathy pain. And you can see right here on the ultrasound, this is the ultrasound, you can see the patella here, you can see the patellar tendon here, very, very small patellar tendon, but you can see this radio opaque area, and this is a hole within the proximal end of the patellar tendon, and these proximal central core patellar tendinopathies are extremely common. So what he did was he implemented the type of program that we're talking about. So he would drink 15 grams of gelatin in a glass of orange juice, because an 8-ounce glass of orange juice has that 50 milligrams of vitamin C. So we've got 15 grams of gelatin with 50 milligrams of vitamin C. And then he would do what we call stress relaxation training. And what we do here is 30-second heavy isometric training. And he would use an overcoming isometric. He would do a leg extension. He would basically take the weight plate and put the pin at the very bottom and push as hard as he can against the weight for 30 seconds. He would rest for 2 minutes, and he would do that again, do that 4 times, and then on each leg. And then he would do that same type of training 5 times a week. And the reason I like this case study is because this is the before image that I showed you from the ultrasound. This is the same ultrasound technician 49 days later, or 50 days later, so 7 weeks later. And you can see a couple of things. First of all, look at the thickness of the patellar tendon. You can see the thickness of the patellar tendon 7 weeks later. Bang, it's already increased. The second most important thing here is the hole. The hole is almost completely gone. There might be a little residual hole here, but compared to what we see here, there's almost no hole. And you can see it's the same region because there's the patellar tendon, there's the patella, and there's the patella there. You can see that this is the same region. The image is almost exactly the same. Most importantly for him, he's pain-free. He's remained pain-free for over a year now. He's thrown the discus 2 meters further. He qualified for the Olympics in 2020. Hopefully everything is going to be all set for Japan 2021. And so these are the types of things that you can do. Super dynamic tissue, if you load it properly, to be able to get load through this little area in here, together with some nutritional interventions that are going to provide some essential amino acids there, you can actually really change how your connective tissues like your fascia and your tendons and ligaments look in a very short period of time. So the practical messages of what I've told you is that tendon's a shock absorber. I didn't tell you this, but it connects a compliant muscle to a stiff bone. I didn't show you the data, but slow movements cause some shearing near the myotendinous junction that improves the health of the tendon and musculoskeletal health. When we move quickly, because the tissue is viscoelastic, the what we're going to see is this tissue will be stiffer. It's going to work more like a sheet, and over time it's going to get stiffer over time. Where if we move slowly against a heavy weight, now you're going to actually have the potential to decrease some of the stiffness of the muscle end of the tendon. I've shown you just quickly at the end that stress relaxation exercises, which are heavy, slow moves, get load uniformly across the whole tendon, give the mechanical signal to reverse tendinopathy. And that if you take 15 to 20 grams of hydrolyzed collagen or gelatin together with 50 milligrams of vitamin C, about an hour before you do your training, you can actually reverse tendinopathy. All right, and with that, I thank you, and I'll take some questions here.
Wow, this is very useful information. I wonder, that's already one of the questions, whether if we have normal athletes who are not elite, so somebody who goes jogging and wants to improve, whether we can use the same protocol before they are injured for prevention, because we know a lot of joggers do have overload injuries and tendinopathies. So would you recommend they drink a glass of orange juice 1 hour before they go jogging with 15 grams of gelatin and do isometric loading, eccentric loading?
It is the ideal way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and
so what we suggest even for the average athlete is we suggest that at least a few times a week, yes, it's really helpful to take a glass of hydrolyzed collagen, 15 grams of hydrolyzed collagen with a source of vitamin C, and we like the food-based sources. So something like orange juice is great. If you don't have orange juice and but you have a tradition of drinking a coffee, that's fine. Just once the coffee's cooled a little bit, you put in you can put in some powdered vitamin C, just a little bit, and you can have it as a coffee. You can do however you'd like to do it. So there's, taking into account people's preferences, it's totally fine. We just want to get in some hydrolyzed collagen, and ideally an hour before, because that means that when you go and you do your training, it's targeted to the tissues that you're going to be needing it to go to. So if you're a runner and you take it an hour before, when you go out running, now you're pulling and pulling and pulling on your tendons. And as you pull on them, like we talked about, there's water in there, and the water is squished out like a sponge. And then as you go to take in, when you're in the flight phase, when you don't have load on that tendon, now it relaxes again. And as it relaxes, it's going to bring fluid back in from the environment. If that fluid has more of the nutrients that we want it to get, that's great. That's how we get nutrients to our tendons. And then what we tell for an average runner is that what we want them to do is, go out and do your run. And at the end, come home, and instead of doing some passive stretching where you're just holding, say you're doing your hamstring stretch, what I want them to do is I want them to do an active move. So something that's going to actively load the hamstring in an isometric fashion, because that's going to allow some of the slow movements to get in there. That's going to allow the slow tensile load. So if you do have a problem in the tendon that you've just loaded, now what's going to happen is what happens is as we do an isometric load, the isometric load causes relaxation of the healthy part. The healthy part of the tendon relaxes, and the mechanics of the tendon are such that the scar is less stiff. So the only time it gets loaded is when the mechanics of the healthy part decrease. And so you've done some running, so there's already a little bit less stiff. And now as I do an isometric load, the stiffness within, or the tension within the healthy part of the tendon decreases, and it goes below the level of the scar. And so now I'm loading the scar, and I can actually get the right stimulus into the scar to fix that part of the tendon. So yeah, we see it, that you don't have to be an elite athlete. When we did some of the first experiments, one of my really good friends, she ruptured her Achilles. She called me up, and I said, okay, here's what I want you to do. She got it repaired, and I was like, okay, 10 minutes of activity 3 times a day, an hour before you're gonna do some hydrolyzed collagen. Within 4 months, she was back running. And at the time, she was a 45-year-old woman, wasn't an elite athlete, but it's a way that we can really deliver nutrients, really optimize recovery and repair.
Thank you. This is so helpful. I have a specific question because we heard from the Steccos, Carla Stecco and Antonio Stecco, how important hyaluronan is as a lubricant. And now we got alerted to lubricin. And so are there any differences between them that you are aware of? I know one disadvantage of hyaluronan is that it's pH dependent, and in acidic pH, it may cause more friction in shear motion and it becomes more viscous. So lubricin doesn't seem to be pH dependent. Is that better?
So what were the biggest things for lubricin versus hyaluronan? Hyaluronan is really essential in development for sure, because what happens is anytime you're making a joint, the cells produce hyaluronan, and that's the force that pushes the bones apart when the bones are forming. So the bones actually form as a single unit, then right at the interface, the cells start producing hyaluronan, and it brings water in and it forces the two bones apart. So things like that, really, really important. When it gets into that space, hyaluronan is kind of made by the cells and exported. Lubricin is made by the cells and held onto the surface. That's the really big difference.
Ah, I get you.
So hyaluronan's out here, and it's moving around, and it can get squished out and it can get moved all over. The lubricin is going to be on the surface of the cells, on the surface of the tissue. So now, as you saw in that image that I showed you, there was a really dark purple band right at the edge. And what that means is that's where the rubbing is going to occur. And so it's basically like taking your lubrication and attaching it to the surface that you want it to be, to work on. So you could do it like, you could think of it like if I wanted to grease something down, if I take my butter and I put it in my pan, I rub it into the pan. And that's different than having something that's kind of circulating. So if I want my eggs not to stick to my fry pan, I'm going to put a layer of lubrication down on the bottom, and then I'm going to put my egg on top. If I put my egg down and I put my lubricant just inside the egg, it's not going to get exactly where I want it to be. So it's going to be harder for me to get that non-stick surface to work.
This is great. Unfortunately, we need to finish, but I will see you again as a speaker at the Connective Tissue and Sports Medicine Congress in March here in Munich. And then I can address many more questions to you. This is great. Thank you so much, Keith. I learned a lot, and I'm very sure our audience too.
John, how are you?
Anna-Marie, it's fantastic to hear you and fantastic to see you. So sorry we can't be together in reality, but it's a real pleasure and honor to be with you again.
So the last time was in Tuscany, so it was much better than in internet, but okay.
Oh, yeah. We had beautiful weather and it was fantastic. What a great group.
So now, it's your turn. It's your turn to train us and to close the day, because you be the person that will close the second day. So what's your suggestion for this 30 minutes of training?
Okay, so I want to keep things very simple, very easy. With fascia, with the fascia focus, it's more about having fun, and it's also about being functional. We have to be functional in our movement. So what I'm going to suggest to people is, if you have a broom handle, the brush, the mop, you know, the mop, you see, for cleaning the house, this is what you need, something like this. And also perhaps if you have something to place on your hand. For me, I'm using the ball, and I'm using the ball with some lights. It's because people can see a little bit better. So a tennis ball, a golf ball, something small that you can place so that it becomes difficult to keep it there. And that's all you need. So I think we have maybe just a 2-minute break for everybody to get organized, to get ready.
Yes, of course. It looks fun. So anyway, is there any contraindication? Anyone can do it, or so what do you suggest for?
Okay, so one of the reasons that I chose, why I chose the staff or the broom handle, is that when we're doing a motion, people can take some of their body weight to the stick. And so the idea would be that you would take maybe some small steps, and then if you feel okay to take larger steps. So obviously, if you're healthy and you're feeling good and you don't have something like a fracture, really, as long as you are using common sense, really this is a beautiful way of being able to move. It's suitable for almost everybody.
Okay, so we are ready. So
fantastic.
Ready to start.
Okay, so go and get your broomsticks, go and get the ball, and I will see you in 2 minutes. Okay. So here we go with our site-specific fascia tuning pegs. What I mean by that is that there are structures in the body, fascial structures in the human body. And sometimes these can become densified, they can become indurated, they can become hypertonic, which means that when you go to move, you feel a stiffness or a resistance that does not feel normal to you. It doesn't have to be necessarily painful, but it just tends to interfere with that smooth range of motion. So fascia needs to be able to glide, and the best way to encourage fascia to glide is through movement. However, I'm also going to talk to you about functional movement and omnidirectional movement, because the human body is non-linear, omnidirectional. This is the living tensegrity or biotensegrity principle, that too many people are wanting to go into the fitness centers and place their arms into preacher curls, isolate a body part, and then move that body part as though it is separate from the rest of the body. And really, we are omnidirectional creatures. So where would you think the true fulcrum or axis of the human body is? The answer, the feet. So we're going to start today with just a small feedback exercise. We'll start from the floor, we'll go to kneeling, and then from kneeling to standing. So let's start nice and gently. So what I want you to do is to sit on the floor, make yourself nice and comfortable, and just make sure your breathing is nice and relaxed. and we're going to begin to rotate side to side. So from here, you can take your upper limbs, by the way, off your legs, and in a moment or two we can use them for a little bit of momentum and inertia if that's what you wish. But let's just start off gently, rotating from one side to the other, and let's begin to mobilize now. So we're going to mobilize, which means that the speed will increase just slightly. We can use our upper limbs, as I say, for a little bit of momentum, creating a little bit of inertia, but we don't want to swing so much that we're going to go past our physiological range of motion. So we want to stay within physiological and anatomical range of motion. So just get a sense of where you might feel some stiffness, some resistance, some particular deceleration of motion. Okay, from here, let's just do lateral lines. You can place your hand on the floor, or you can place your hand across your knee, and then just simply introduce this range of motion. Okay, it's really nice, and reach. And when you feel that there is some deceleration or stiffness in the tissue, you can play with that. You can just tease, ease into it and come back again. So this is a nice little warming up of the tissues. Of course, we're not really having a major increase in heart rate, but we are just teasing any tense or taut tissues on the lateral aspect of your body, although of course it's getting to everywhere. It's even getting right into the thoracic lumbar fascia. Let's do the opposite side. So here we go, nice and gently, start off always gently and ease into that range of motion. You might feel that one ischial tuberosity wants to come up off the floor. I'd like you to keep both ischial tuberosities on the floor for just a moment. And just get a sense of where you might feel any tensions or any stiffness. Let that breath out. That's lovely. Give that feedback to the system. Okay, we're now going to go from here to a kneeling position. So, from kneeling, we start again with rotation. You can take your knees apart a little bit if you wish. So let's just do the rotation. Again, I'm just using my hands and my upper limbs as a access to a little bit of momentum, a little bit of inertia. We can make them longer if you wish. That's really nice. So we're just rotating. Now I'm feeling a little bit stuck on my right side, which means I'm having difficulty going in this direction. And that makes sense because I was out for a run this morning and I went over on a stone and I felt it on this side, so that's really nice. Okay, let's just do lateral line. That's lovely. And just monitor your breath and your breathing. I'm going to do one more. There is no choreography here. It's not about 5 on one side and 6 on the other or whatever the case. It's just whatever feels good. We're just monitoring where we feel tightness, additional tension, and that's great. So one of the things that your fascia loves to do is that your fascia loves to increase its temperature. And when we increase the temperature, then we lower the thixotrophic nature of fascia, which basically means it's like oil. If you have oil that's warm, it will run faster. Oil that's cold is more viscous. And from that viewpoint, it's really nice for us to, first of all, warm up the body temperature and let the fascia become a little bit less viscous. So from this viewpoint now, I'm going to take my feet apart, about double hip distance apart, and we simply introduce rotation. Again, I can use my upper limbs to offer a little bit of momentum and inertia. If you don't wish to do that, let your arms down a little bit, or you could swing them if that's what you wish to do. That brings in motion at the knee, which is more of an up and down motion. I'm really interested in just doing this nice rotation, whatever that takes, by the way. It needs to be functional. If you need to bounce, get a little bounce on your knees as you do that, that's fine. Okay, so what I'm going to add in now is a heel raise. And you'll find that when you heel raise, you can get a greater range of motion. So what does this tell you? It tells you that when we were on the floor, sitting on our ischial tuberosities, that we were limited in the range of motion that we had in terms of rotations, spiraling. And of course, it's the feet that allow us to disconnect one foot from the earth, and that allows us to get that really lovely rotation all the way up through the kinetic chain. So let's then just go side to side. And as I say, what we're doing here is we're going to range of motion, or we're going to decelerate towards the end range. If you feel a little bit of stiffness, just decelerate, and then you can tease that tissue. Tease that tissue. And you can see I'm pushing off my leg, and that's fine to do that. Let's do it on the opposite side a little bit. That's really nice. Okay, what I want to do now is get into the thoracolumbar fascia area here, through the tissus dorsi. I'm just going to move this a little bit to the side. So what I'm going to do is get that side to side motion again, and this time let the arm hang. Just let it hang, and then just let it swing a little bit. And what you'll notice is you need to decelerate. So decelerate towards the end of the range of motion. And if you wish to, you can reach. Reach. That's it, just swing. But I want you to monitor if you've got tension anywhere on that back line through the thoracolumbar fascia. And just reach. And let's switch your arms. Are you ready? So let that arm hang down. Let it hang. Get some, feel like there's some weight in the hand. And then you can reach. 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 And if you want to, you can actually lift. We might go back to the opposite side and do that as well. Because today is really a taster. It's really just a bit of an example of the type of movements. We can even do a little jump. Fascia loves that. Spring load the fascia. And then release that energy through recoiling. Let's do the opposite side. Ready? So reach. Ready for the jump? Let's do that jump. That's really nice. Excellent. And we'll stop. Okay. Let's take a moment now just to recover and just to shake out the body. And then we'll move on to part 2. Okay, into section 2 of the class. In this particular section, what I want to do is I want to raise body temperature from the core to the extremities so that you'll have a little sweat, a light sweat on your forehead. So it's going to be very nice, easy mobilizing movements, but we're going to have a focus on fascia. So we're going to start off with the intensity low, and then we can bring in some little bounces. What you'll notice when I'm doing a movement here, and if I'm bringing this staff in towards my abdomen, what you'll notice is that my knees will come up with me. So we're always moving the legs. Sometimes you can keep the knees and ankles and the hips a little bit static. There's nothing wrong with that. But for the most part, we're going to try to make sure that it's a full body kinetic chain motion. In other words, all of the entire body needs to be involved in the movement. And then we'll move from that into the next section where we'll go into omnidirectional movement, because the body is not about moving just in 2 planes. We really need to bring in all of the planes, unexpected motions, and small little variations on the theme where, in fact, no 2 movements are the same. And that's what living tensegrity is all about. Okay, so let's just start off, feet apart, and let's just get a little squatting motion going. Now, there are differences anatomically between males and females. So for the female, you'll need to turn your feet out and make sure that your knees are staying in line with your heels. So what you need to do is you need to be sticking your backside back towards the bottom of the floor, where the floor meets the architrave. So like that, as opposed to doing something like this. So we just need to simply do this. Now this is very much linear motion. And of course, if you were going to sit down on a chair, you wouldn't sit down like this. So you can see that that's really not incredibly functional. Let's go back up to our little side-to-side motion. That's excellent. And now we're going to introduce some squats and some strides, and we're going to use my stick. So let's just take it onto the front, and we'll front load it. If you don't have a stick, that's okay, don't worry about it. Just simply keep your hands crossed to the front. And squatting is a full body exercise, so this is really, really beautiful. Now some people say embrace the core. Please don't do that. Just let your abdomen do what it needs to do. If somebody is coming to you and they've got an issue here,
with regards to what we call MAPs, muscle activation patterns, well then the time to be able to investigate that and to help rectify it is outside of class. But what you don't want to do is pull your abdomen in during this exercise, because if you pull it in, you won't be able to breathe properly. Okay, let's just change the motion. So we're going to take the staff in front and we're going to do a simple step forward, knee to the floor and back up again. The staff helps us in that regard because you can take some of your body weight onto the staff and come back up again. So for beginners, this is a very nice, easy exercise, and they can take a certain percentage of their weight onto the staff if that's what they wish to do. And again, it doesn't have to be about a certain number of reps, although it would be nice to have balance. If you do 10 or 12 on one side, perhaps you do 10 or 12 on the other, but that's not necessarily the case, because in these movements we do them until such time as somebody loses form, and when they lose form, that's when we change. Okay, let's just do 2 more and let's just change sides. That's excellent. So drop this back knee towards the floor and take whatever weight you wish on the staff. Make sure the floor is not slippy so that the staff doesn't slip. You want to make sure that it's vertical to the floor. Yeah. We just do 2 more, I think. Feels good. Okay, squat position, I'll do it sideways. From here, we go down, knees up, down, knees up, down, knees up. So all the time, this is a full body motion. We're not doing this, look. Although you can do that if you wish, but I just want you to bring the movement from your feet, through your knees, up into the thoracolumbar fascia, into the entire body. That's excellent. I'm just going to face the camera again. Down, up, and here we go. And up. Okay. Let's do just a few more. Excellent. And last one. So remember, that was more of a focus on linear based motion. Now what we'll do is we'll just try to bring the intensity up a little bit. So we can just do some little jumps, nice and gently, nice and easy, get our respiratory rate up. Okay. So this is just a little step back, knee up. And this is called oppositions also, because you can bring the opposite arm to the leg. And this is in keeping with how we develop as children. This is called cross crawling. So this is a really nice thing to do. You can involve both arms, but it's really the opposite arm that you're focusing on. Now, if you want to, if you feel your temperature starting to come up a little bit, you can bring a hop. Hop, because the fascia tissue loves to be loaded and then recoil, and that's really healthy for your tendons, your aponeurosis, your ligaments, your osteofascial tissue, because we're also jumping, so that's really, really good for bone health. Presuming that you are healthy, of course. Okay, let's do some side motions. Step out, back in, whoops. Step out, back in, back in. So again, if you want to just go through a small range of motion, that's perfectly fine. Or you can do a larger range, decelerate towards the end range, decelerate, and just get a feeling. Is there tightness? Maybe in the upper adductors, in pectineus. If there is, stay there and just tease that muscle. This is not stretching. This is just mobilizing. This is inviting the fascial tissue to begin to glide better and to move better. Okay, that's good. Just going to stay on this side. Just tease that open a little bit. Okay, little jumps. Hop, hop. Now there's no specific pace, although there is a nice rhythm. And that rhythm should sound nice. If it doesn't sound nice, then generally speaking, there's something wrong, like that doesn't sound good. So try to drop your body weight and back to the middle. Okay, let's just move the legs. Heart rate's up, respiratory rate's up, temperature is up. Okay, so now we're feeling good. Let's introduce the omnidirectional movements in the next section.
Okay, are we ready for the omnidirectional section? So in this particular section, what I'm going to use my staff. I'm going to take the secure away so that I got plenty of room around me. So we can play a game here. With the staff, if you wish to, you can reintroduce some of the movements that we did in the warm-up. So we can do strides, we can do a split stance, or we can do a squat stance. So for instance, we could hold the staff and you're going to let the staff fall. And what the idea is that you need to try to catch it before it hits the floor. So you're going to let it fall. Well, I'm going to let it fall forward first. Oops, hang on a second. Let it fall forward and then back in again. Let it fall forward, catch, and back in again. So again, it's just a game. Back in again. And now we can move on to introducing it in any particular direction or just letting the staff fall. So that we can bring in rotations. You can play with the staff. You can actually have fun just bringing in external and internal rotations. When we get a humeral joint, let's see if we can get it to fall to the floor. Okay, bring it back to center. Now just be careful that you're not always leading with the same leg, because we want to make sure that we get both legs at both sides of the body. And you can see that you can really have fun with this. It's a game, and it's omnidirectional. You can dictate which side the staff falls to, or you can just hold it there and let it go. And back to center. Really nice movements. Make it up. It's a game. Enjoy yourself.
Okay, we're into round 3. Now in round 3, I'm just going to introduce you to some nice simple ideas. You can use any kind of a ball, golf ball, tennis ball, something that's nice and light. I use this particular ball because it lights up and it's visually attractive, particularly when I'm working with patients and individuals who I want to introduce more mobility, and anything else that can attract their attention visually is very, very good. So I'm going to just give you some examples of what I do with this type of equipment. You can also bounce balls around the room. It's a wonderful thing to do because people have to follow the ball wherever it goes. We're going to move to the floor, and then I'm going to do some movements at the end of the class. Now, just to give you a quick little overview, at the end what I want you to do is I want you to feel for those areas where you felt some tightness. And what we're going to do is we're going to specifically contract those areas for about 10 seconds. Then we're going to let them go, and then we're going to mobilize them. We're going to move them in any way you wish to move them. Then we go back to sitting still again, or to lying still.
get a sense of where you felt some stiffness, if that was in the adductors, the pectineus, as I mentioned earlier. Then bring in a gentle, mild contraction. This is not a forceful contraction. It is probably 20%, 15 to 20% of maximal strength. So just a very mild contraction, and just hold it for about 10 to 12 seconds, and then we release it, and then we're going to move that body limb and bring it through both anatomical and physiological range of motion. So we don't want to go into a stretch. We don't want to start, lengthening the tissues and then bringing them beyond those ranges. So that's how we're going. I'm showing you these, by the way, just to give you a flavor of what it is that you can do in class. So for instance, here we have the ball. Let's light it up. Okay, so it's lit up now. What we do is we place it on the hand. And now what I want people to do is I want them to introduce motions. Any movement whatsoever. They can spin and rotate. They can go into squatting actions, whatever the case may be, but they've got to try to keep it in their fingers without actually dropping the ball. So if they lose that motion, so for instance on this side it might be a bit harder for me, you can see, woohoo, there it is starting to go. We can introduce little hops. Hops. Oh, and you see it, and off it went. So this is a really lovely little tool that you can use. Let's put this away then for a moment. We're going to go to the floor now. Some people may have difficulty around the wrist, so you're going to have to modify the exercises depending on who it is that comes in. But what I want to do is, I want to put them in tune with the entire body. So here's what we do. We come to the floor. We're going to sit on the ischial tuberosities to start with. Place your hands behind. And now we're going to come up onto the feet. And we're going to lift the pelvis up. And we're just going to hold it. And breathe. And then back down again. So pelvis up. And breathe. Try not to pull your abs in. Try not to do this big bracing the core, because it will really interfere with the breathing mechanism. One last time, feet firmly on the floor, push through the feet, bring the hips up. Full body kinetic chain motion. Okay, we're going to progress this exercise. So what we're going to do now is we're going to lift up the right leg. So as you're looking at me on camera, it's going to be this side. So we're going to come up, lift foot up, and we can drop it back down. Now, you can start with 2 seconds, 4 seconds, and then build it up. So up, opposite leg. Keep breathing. And back down. Okay, we're going to progress it. Here we go. We're going to come up, hand off the floor, and back down. That's intense. So you ready? Come up again, opposite side. Hand off the floor, and back down again. How do we progress this? Here we go again. Ready? Up, leg up, hand up, pull through, hold. Ready? Hand up, leg up, pull through, and back. Are we good? Up, leg up, hand up, pull through, hold, and back through. So remember, no bracing of the abdomen. Okay, here we go again. Ready? Up, hand up, leg up, pull through. This time we're going to crawl. Opposite leg, opposite hand, and back. Are you ready? Up, pull through, and back. Here we go again. Up, leg up, hand up, pull through. Okay, opposite leg, opposite hand, and back. Are you ready? Up, pull through, and back. Okay, let's finish the session. So, you don't have to have a mat, but if you have a mat, it's kind of nice. So I put it here. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to lie on the mat. And now let's just get a sense of where we might feel any tension. So let's say it was my pectineus adductor. So here, we just lift the leg up. You can let it fall to one side and hold it. Or if you wish to, you can place your hand against the inside of your knee, push your thigh inwards and resist with your hand very, very gently. 10 seconds and let it go. And now what we can do is let the leg, the entire lower limb, go to one side. If you wish to, you can throw your upper limbs to the other side and we can slide back in, slide back out, slide back in. Let's pick another body part. Where did I feel? Okay, I felt that rotating to my left. So on my right side, I felt a little bit stuck. Okay, hand against the shoulder, hand against the hip, push in. Okay, let go, and we can get a nice range of motion. Remember, it's sticking within physiological range of motion, sticking within anatomical range of motion, and then come back again. Okay, we can start where we began, and we can just feel, that feels wonderful. That feels really, really nice. Remember though, I'm on my ischial tuberosities. We really need to be on our feet for the most part, because they are the true fulcrum, the true axis upon which the body moves. So once again, I'm not saying that we can't do, muscles of our movements of isolation. Isolation movements can be really nice sometimes if it's appropriate and in the right context. But for the most part, we need to be doing functional human movement that is really fascia integrity focused on keeping your tissues healthy and youthful and with a spring in your step. So at 60 years of age, I don't think I move too bad, but there's always room for improvement.
First of all, I am very grateful for these 2 days, and my gratitude for all of the you that have been staying with us is today studying about fashion, know more about this, and my gratitude with the lecturers and professors who have spent some time of their lives for us, and my gratitude with the Robert Schleip and Anna Maria for the effort to doing without creating the fashion movement in sports in this cute group. Thank you for everyone, and thank you for two. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for the great collaboration with you, Johannes, with you, Anna Maria, and with Fabrizio in Italy. This was a very nice international collaboration, and also for the many partners that supported us by promoting this event to their members from many, many different fields. And of course, to the presenters who gave us their best. And of course, the recordings will be available for everybody to review it afterwards, because I was blown away by the amount of new information. And I will definitely review most of the lectures and write it down and get the journal articles. But I also enjoyed very much the practical applications that we have. And that is my thank you also to you, Anna Maria, that you made sure it's not only theoretical information.
Yes.
You do have the practical application.
Yes, I think that both are important. So, and to have the opportunity to do something practical during a conference is something that helps the attendees to learn more in depth what we are trying to explain theoretical. So, and that's so the end of the day, end of the event. So I think that I learned a lot from all of you, from all the presenters. And that's a great experience for my soul, I would say. And in spite of the COVID-19, that was the opportunity to stay all together, all connected, and to feel really this big hug. So thank you for sharing this experience with me.
And can we see Fabrizio? I think he is your best man next to you. Has been.
So come here.
Welcome, welcome. This is Wilke for all.
Has been the mastermind behind it all.
Ciao.